here in the next 2 weeks. Sorry, I had to get you guys there.
Could Ape be a squeeze within itself? I mean, there's not an over. There's. It's kind of like they've sold the float billions of times. It's just they don't have the shares to give us. So I feel like it's almost two squeezes.
Yeah. By the way, we are live now, guys. And I'm gonna say congrats, Brian. But that's kind of one of the things that I'm kind of looking at as well. Is it possible that the price improvement that we see actually comes through on Ape versus coming through on AMC, um, due to the nature of what the dividend is causing or attempting to try to do? And I don't know that to be the answer. I don't know which way we're going to see price improvement on, where it's going to come through at. But um, the squeeze might actually, that's something to consider, that the squeeze might actually happen with the Ape stock and not AMC. Um, I don't know. We'll have to see when we get there. But one of the things that I think is kind of neat though is that, and I don't think, Duncan had mentioned this earlier about having to purchase versus a straight conversion of the preferred stock into common Class A stock. And I think it's just a conversion. I don't think you actually have to purchase the shares, but I think the exciting part behind that is, yes, it would dilute AMC, but it would also give you a second position. In other words, if you sold off your AMC shares and you were holding on your apes and then you voted to convert the shares and they got converted, you would now have another position in AMC at a lower price, but still you would have another position, which I think is
Yeah.
really kind of amazing, because that's you're getting a second another opportunity to have ownership in the company after you've already maybe sold your ownership. So
Yeah. Boss Blunts was saying something about that and how sometimes, I mean, there's no dilution right now where everyone's going to say FUD about that.
yeah.
But he was saying something like,
Brian says, "Don't do that again, Casey." I can't help it, guys. I was still connected and having a conversation with people on Discord. That was YouTube that shut down on me. So there's nothing I can do about it. I'm at the mercy of YouTube. James of Arizona says, "Can I borrow that tinfoil hat?" Absolutely. The big tramp, we're not sure yet. We're not entirely sure. I'm gonna hold a lot of comment and probably tell Monday. I mean, I'm okay with conversing with you guys and trying to answer, some of the details, but I don't really know how everything's gonna work yet. So I'm gonna hold off a little bit. I'm gonna try and understand everything first before I comment on it.
I think the biggest FUD is just going to be people worried about dilution, pretty much, and our stock getting delisted. I think that's what people are going to be pushing around the most, and I don't think that's a worry at all.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Maggie, I think YouTube was having problems keeping the feed going because I was still talking to everybody in the Discord. I was still getting data coming through on the computer, and somehow I got shut down on YouTube. So it's back up though. Let me see here. It's time to go over the numbers, guys. So let's do that. I'm gonna do this with you guys all sitting here. So if you guys have any questions along the way, if you've ever wanted to ask questions as I run through the numbers, feel free to ask away because now is your chance. But taking everybody over to the other page here, let's talk about what we got going on. Price prediction tallies. We have a four-way tie going into Friday, which means that the average share price at close today, is whoever has the closest average prediction will be the winner. This is just four apes guessing what price is going to be as best we possibly can. Don't take any financial advice from this. I have 1425 to 1725. Eric has 1614 to 1914. Keto has 1539 to 1839, and Monty has 1511 to 1811. Short exempt volume was up, I think almost double what it was day over day to 432.7. Utilization at 100%. Still, we are on day number 124. 124 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was a 2.47%. I know True Demon's numbers got to be greater than 5% per day, but the thing is that if you add up the last 3 days, pretty sure that's over 15%. So I'm counting it still. Also, do note that when SSRs trip, we do tend to see more short exempt volume. Not always, but usually we see more short exempt volume. With it already elevated in the 400,000 range, it could come really close to putting us at about a million shares, maybe 8 or 900,000 shares, which is really close to that 1 million that I want to see. With volume elevated, it's going to help even more. Taking a look at max pain, you guys will notice that it's gone up to $16 for the day to day. Off exchange, normally by this time in the morning, I expect to see about 44% through the off exchange and EDGX at about 10 to 11%. And again, guys, if you want to interrupt me at any point, don't hesitate. Currently, our numbers are 48.27% through the off exchange, which is, guys, we're seeing the off exchange. Yesterday, we saw the off exchange used far less than it has been lately. And today it's starting to return to normal levels. This tells me that there's potentially a lot of our brokers are choosing to not use the off exchange as much as they would have from the past. I'm not sure for what reasons, but they're not. However, the CBOE EDGX is still very high at 15.95%. Adding those two numbers up together, I get a total of 64.22% of our total volume going through just those two off exchanges, which is much, much lower than what we've been seeing in the past. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, as of earlier this morning, there was 191.254 million. That number is still the same. On Ortex, Ortex is reporting a borrowing of 2.66 million shares so far this morning. That's going to have the effect of increasing the short share interest of the free float to 18.58%. Cost of borrow average is at 8.44, max is at 9.87, and min is at 7.6. Shares on loan did decrease by 4.4 million shares day over day to 127.33 million. And about 1.5 million of that 4.4 million is estimated to be short interest. Taking a look at options. Yesterday, the highest amount of volume throughout the day was at a $20 strike price. Today, it's at 17.5, so it's a little bit lower. Volume is pretty high with 12.1 thousand contracts for the calls. On the puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a $17.5 strike price. So we have no spread between our puts and calls. There's currently 9.6 thousand contracts at 17.5 on puts. Very elevated. There's a lot of put positions open right now in contrast to what we've been seeing lately. A lot. It's a little odd to see calls and puts really with no spread on volume. However, open interest, there was a bit of a spread between $20 and $15, which is the middle ground would be $17.50. Do note that max pain is $16. Let me move around a couple screens and we'll take a look at the rest of the info here. Because I kind of see, there's one here I can't wait to show you guys. All right, taking a look at Ortex's data here. Here's our utilization with 124 straight days of 100% utilization. On loan average age per, or sorry, on loan amount day over day. Here's our drop of 4.4 million from 131.76 to 127.33. The on loan average age per day did still continue to rise, but not as much, meaning that of that 4.4 million shares that were returned, some of them may have actually been some older loans, as the on loan average age per day didn't continue to skyrocket up, and it went from 61.72 to 61.92. The estimated short share interest of the free float did drop day over day from 18.7 to 18.4. And security lending volume rose day over day from 13.92 to 19.3. This is the one I've been wanting to show you guys, and the people in the Discord already know. But orders by Fidelity customers, I'm going to go ahead and refresh one more time just to see where we're at right now at this minute. When I refreshed when we were on Discord earlier, AMC was in first. I just refreshed it, and AMC is now in second in orders. But we have it's been a while since we've been over 60-40 in our ratio. We're at 61% buys to 39% sales. Retail is buying this right now at a good rate, and we have lots of volume, so this is good. GME is down on 21st down here with 60% buys to 40% sales. SSR triggered today at $16.79. It did get triggered. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did return some shares and then borrowed some more, but there's 100K borrowed there. And here's another 100K, so 200 out of the availables. Let me refresh this and see. Only returns in the ETFs. Yeah, mainly returns. So another 200,000 on top of what's been borrowed so far for the day today, which was 3.25. So we're now at 3.45 million shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker, with a fee set currently at 6.5%. It was 6.8% before. Currently, there's 118,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 41.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 78.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 14.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Definitely a lot of put positions starting to open up here. NASDAQ is down 0.05, Dow Jones is down 0.09, and the S&P 500 is down 0.08. However, we have more advancing stocks than the decliners, with 3,508 advancers to 3,123 decliners. The VIX is up 0.7, VTI is up 0.11, IWD is up 0.16, Tesla is down 1.63, Amazon is up 0.08, Cinemark is down 11.91%, and is underneath AMC's value. They're at 1705, we're at 1726. Haven't seen that in a hot minute. Doge is up 3.01, Bitcoin is up 2.77, GME is down 0.68, HYMC is down 3.37, Hood is down 3.81, NCMI is down 5.62, and AMC is down 7.4%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have $6 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today. 16.65 million shares having been traded so far after 53 minutes. Putting us on a pace for 122.5 million shares traded for the day today. I said in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 55 and 75 million. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.68, which is about average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.43, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, I think. It looks like. Hold on a second. It's very. Yeah, I'm going with more buying pressure than selling pressure, but it does look like it's almost even. RSI at 44.58. which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.63, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.62, which is just about average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. So we had a very strong signal to sell uh, coming in earlier this morning. And now we have the lagging line above the price line. This is what it looked like earlier this morning, by the way. You could see that the lagging line had fallen below the price line, and price had gone well below the base and the conversion line. Currently, we have the conversion line above the base, but the price is in between them, and the lagging price is above price line currently. On the 4 hour, we have another big strong sell signal here once the price had hit into the base. But we currently have price above the base, but below the conversion above the base, lagging line above the price line, and prices above the cloud. Um, this should have been a sell indicator as of yesterday, but we're starting to move back up in price already. On the 4 hour, I do feel like oops. This cup had a little bit of an extra push on it here, and I really felt like we would see the handle moving down to like a $16 range, and we actually moved to like 15.95, I think, or something like that. So it was really darn close. So I think we got our handle in on this. We may be able to start rising in price here within the next day or two. I don't really see, it does look like we might be pushing into a bit of a wedge. But we're mainly getting just a bunch of consolidation at this point. And that's all I got. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Bill says, I really wish this dividend would have been in the form of an NFT and on the blockchain that is legal no matter what Adam Aaron said. Overstock did it. There was definitely some differences because somebody had asked before, like, isn't this what basically Overstock did? And I said, no, it's not. It's a little bit different. Can you guys can you guys hear me in the back of the big tramp?
Loud and clear.
Okay, you guys weren't talking, so I was wondering if it was like, was there a reason you guys are quiet? What's going on?
you're doing a great job, Casey.
Yeah, I'm not listening to institutionalists, Z-man. If there's one thing that I've learned is that institutionalists can't, they don't understand what a squeeze really is, and they have a very difficult time trying to wrap their heads around the idea of what causes a squeeze to work because they don't believe in squeezes. So the worst person that I can possibly imagine listening to is somebody who's an institutionalist, which is what Lion Trader is. He's a very hardcore institutionalist, and if you want to learn how to trade the right way, and this is a squeeze play, it's something completely different. If you want to learn how to do things traditional, the correct way in trading, Lion Trader is probably a great guy to go listen to. This is something entirely different. His education is not around what happens when the world doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. And so from his perspective, he sees this as something different than what it is. So I'm not gonna listen to an institutionalist about how a squeeze play works. Dana says, "Is that like a colonist?" I'll tell you what it's like. I'll tell you what it's like. It's like it's like going to trying to think of like a marine biologist. It's like going to a marine biologist and asking them to explain um, how cold fusion works, and they're going to understand, scientifically maybe how some of the aspects behind cold fusion just because they've gone through, various different educate in their education process, going through different types of science courses that may have taught them something a little bit about it that they can touch on. But for the most part, they don't really talk about that kind of stuff. They're into marine biology. They don't care about cold fusion. It's not their. That's not their. That's not what it is that they talk about. It's something completely different. It's a different. It's something entirely. They don't even really care about it. That's not what they look at. They don't care about those kind of things. So that's, and so you wouldn't want to go to a marine biologist to talk about cold fusion. It's not their topic. Brian says, "Are you going to start streaming shirtless?" No, never. I don't even like walking around shirtless in a bathing suit. Like I always wear a even when I was in my best shape of my entire life and I was doing triathlons and I was ripped, I still wore uh, rash guards. And it's mainly because I've got skin cancer and I just don't like not being topless.
But
But
did you put
whatever.
tape on your nipples?
No, man, you gotta let them bleed a little. You let them bleed a little and get nice and crusty, and then you're good to go. This is why you
For you,
never wear cotton in the ocean. Never. You don't wear cotton in the ocean.
for you movie geeks out there, what movies? What movie's the quote from? You can't run a marathon without a little tape on your nipples. What is that?
I have no idea what movie is that from.
Uh, from without is it band-aids? Without band-aids. Yeah. Life is a marathon and you can't win a marathon without putting a few band-aids on your nipples.
Adam says, question for you,
Kev,
Casey. How much is an ape worth? Is it zero point zero 0.01 or is the current AMC share price? So, if I have 100 shares of AMC valued at 1,000, would the ape shares be worth the same? They're not going to be the same. I can tell you that, Adam, and I don't know what the going rate is going to be valued at. There's still a lot of discussion about what the valuation of the shares is going to be worth. We still have not figured that out yet. I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately, not yet.
So the answer to that movie quote is horrible bosses. Kevin Spacey says it.
Oh man,
It's a great movie.
horrible bosses.
Horrible bosses.
Yeah. Little mental note to self though for all you guys out there listening. Do not wear cotton in the ocean. Don't wear cotton when you're running at long distances. Does not it does not end well.
What's the plans for the weekend? You got any plans this weekend?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of reading. My wife has this weekend off, so I get to spend Saturday with her. So I don't know. Actually, kind of, there's a couple different movies we still haven't seen yet that I want to go out and see. In fact, you know
Good.
what? Now that we mention it, let me just pull it up here real quick because I want to see. I can't remember which ones they were that we were wanted to go see. We already saw the Top Gun. Oh, Nope. Nope was one of them. I kind of want to see Bullet Train, but I don't think my wife does. So, but I know we both want to see Nope. So I don't know. Maybe I can convince her to go see a movie this weekend.
There you go. Contribute to the cause. I'll be working all weekend.
Have you seen the Thor movie, Love and Thunder?
I did. I took both my girls, and they said it was probably one of the best Thor movies out of the Thor franchise.
Because
They had a
yeah,
kick out of it.
I'm not a big huge Thor fan out of all this. There's actually two superheroes out of the Marvel universe that I don't like very much for their single shows, and it was Thor and Captain America. Believe it or not, I thought they were just so boring.
Sorry, what was that, Casey?
I don't know. I'm reading through the different questions. I'm a professional
Oh,
says if ape prices rises and AMC falls to even out market cap by algos and toots, will apes be a new position and subject to short-term gains? How are taxes done? These are all great questions, and I don't know the answers to them. First off, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I am not a tax expert, a tax advisor. I would be the last person to be asking tax questions for. Um, I honestly don't know the answer to those. That would be a question for your CPA, which you should be looking for. And if you don't have one, you should be looking. The Earn says, Casey, do you think that the shares have to be tied? Because how could an ape share possibly squeeze if everyone might not get them? Everybody should be getting them. And if you don't, you heard Adam Aaron saying you better contact your broker and find out why you're not getting them. And I don't think that they will be tied. Captain Awesome said, so let me get this straight. After the best earnings report, the hedgies opened us up at the SSR trigger price so they can dilute the stock and blame it on our new ape stock. Um, I wouldn't look at it like that, but you know how oftentimes people have asked about the kitchen sink, Captain Awesome. We got something similar to the kitchen sink thrown at us last night for sure. That push down in price was not normal. Danny says I thought Thor was a bomb. Danny liked it a lot, like a lot. It was so good, it was the bomb.
right. Is that the right bomb that you're
Yeah,
using
no,
for
no,
that
no,
reference?
that's definitely what Danny's saying right here. I just I've decided that's how Danny is meant it. He meant it as it was the best movie he's ever seen in his whole life, and he can't wait to go see it another time. He's even laughing now
Yeah,
because he knows it's true.
I I can see Danny saying that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
definitely for sure.
yeah, absolutely.
All about the goats. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah. Oh, Danny boy,
I think Danny kind of likes what's that guy's name? Hemsworth? Is that his name? Chris? No.
Chris Hemsworth,
Is that
Christopher,
yeah.
Christopher.
Yeah, I think yeah. Shh, don't say anything. But secretly Danny's over there going, rock strong. Rock strong. The hammer.
Uh,
He's got his hammer. It's rock.
it's Mjolnir. Get it right.
Poor Danny. Like Danny's like, now I'm gonna have to join the Discord so I can defend myself. He's got Thor and a bunch of loves.
Speaking of superhero movies, are you guys anticipating Black Adam coming out with Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
What date is that? Do you know?
Uh, October 21st, 2022.
Did you say
Isn't that
October
usually like a witching day?
21st?
Black Adam release date October 21st, 2022.
Hmm.
What about Wakanda Forever?
Those are all definitely movies I want to see. Christopher Hines says, "Hey Casey, join the premium Discord a few days. I don't have a premium. Well, I don't think I have a premium Discord. Just getting familiar with the platform and checking out the curriculum. Curriculum. I see this. I see the sections marked poker table. Curious about those. In those rooms, well, in any of those chat rooms, we can start. I've paid for the premium version of Discord, which means that we can play poker on those tables. It's just free money. It's all fake. We usually do it on the weekends. I can do it this Sunday if you want to. Well, I don't know. I can't do it this Sunday. I'm gonna have a lot to go read over, so I probably shouldn't play poker this weekend. But yeah, we can start poker rooms in those chat rooms and just play poker for fun, which we
Actually,
do.
there is a $100 entry whenever we do play, and then everybody puts to a Cash App or something like that in order to play, and then Casey disperses the money to the winner,
Which is always me.
which is always you. It's either Cash App or Venmo. So we'll take any of those.
Oh man, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Illegal gambling. next. Uh,
Javi the Great, good to see you. Dana says, do you think it is to get people to complain if they don't receive one and open up lawsuits so they could delist it? I don't think that's the reason behind it. American Trader says, I secretly think he's hot.
uh,
Rock strong.
so you got a nice wedge drawn up here. Looking for a breakout mid afternoon or before afternoon.
Apes RS says, I called AMC to ask about the AMC and they said, please hold. So that's what I did.
Uh-oh. Got a good little candle movement here.
Is it going to break out earlier than my suggested point? Let me just
Looks
draw.
like you kind of tightened up a little bit.
Let me draw a trend line here a little bit. Oh, I forgot I don't have the Bollinger Bands out. We're hitting the top side of the Bollinger Bands on this one. It'll probably come back down. But let's check and see the trend line on this. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, that could break out going up.
Yeah, if it continues getting, RSI is kind of extended, but might have a little room. Extended exhausted.
Manjit, good morning to
What you
you.
call me?
I always say I want to put ease in her name, and I'm not sure why. I feel like maybe she used to spell it that way, or I don't know. I've seen it. I feel like I've seen her name spelled that way, and that's why I want to say Manjeet, but it's Manjit. Bladum, Yo says. B says Black Adam looks like a great superhero movie where the protagonist isn't all that good of a person. Did we already talk about the Ape Dividend? We've been talking about it quite a bit, but I don't have really definitive answers as of yet about everything. So I'm trying to hold some things for conversation for later. But you feel like the only people who will receive is people who have real stocks. No, that's not the case. Everybody who owns shares will be entitled to getting those real or not real. That's the common misconception I think a lot of people have is that just because you have shares that that you own through a broker doesn't mean that they're not real. There is no such thing as real or not real when you're holding through brokerage. You still are entitled to those dividends. Javi the Great, I fell asleep in that. I don't know if you noticed it or not, but I fell asleep in that with my glasses on. I was reading and I fell asleep in the middle of reading and listening to you guys talk. Yeah, I'm not worried about Lion Trader's point of view. I've always seen him as an institutionalist, and one of his perspectives on how he plans on selling AMC is probably one of the worst pieces of advice that I've seen somebody give. It's only comes from an institutional background. An institution. See, here's the other part to this, Forrest Bradley. Any institutionalist doesn't believe in squeezes. They just don't. They don't bank on there being squeezes. So to listen to somebody who's going to give advice on anything having to do with the squeeze when they don't even believe it in the first place is ridiculous. Like they just do not believe in squeeze plays. That's not where they come from. That's not their background. They make investments based off of smart decisions, not squeeze plays. So it's odd to even think that he's in the position. I'm not saying he doesn't have shares, but it's odd to think that he's even in this play to begin with.
Hey, Casey, I'm gonna hop off here. I got a little one fussing upstairs that I gotta go try to settle down. Apparently.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'll try to hop back on here in a little bit if I get things settled down.
Alrighty.
All right, brother.
T-
Everyone, have a wonderful day. Hopefully, you enjoy this little break out here.
Take care.
All right, later.
I'm talking about the one that I'm talking about is well, the line trader that I'm talking about believes in the squeeze too as well, but he's not treating it like a squeeze though. And that's the problem that I have with it is to say that you believe in a squeeze but not to treat it like a squeeze, where you're supposed to hold through it so you can get maximum value out of your shares. Um, that's not that's not really believing in a squeeze. That's just trying to get yours before everybody else, and that's not really what that doesn't really have faith in a true MOASS squeeze, right? In order for you to have true belief in that this can get to insane prices and hold to some amount, you would never have a floor or ceiling that you would be believing in, right? Like you wouldn't say like, well, this, from an institutional background, I got to sell my position by the time it hits 2,000 a share. And I'm going to start my exit position at this because there's no way that it can hold these kind of prices anything higher than that. It's just not that's not how you look at it. That's an institutionalist looking at it from the way that you would normally trade a stock, not on a squeeze kind of situation though. It's completely different. Like I really fully don't understand like why he even holds a position. to begin with in AMC. Like normally an institutionalist like this would buy would have bought shares and sold shares a long time ago. He's saying one thing and then doing something else. Danny says you were snoring. Whatever. I had my mic off, Danny. I mean, you have to look at what institutions have done through this entire play as they bought and sold quite a few times now. A lot of institutions have bought and sold many, many times over throughout this entire play. Wait a minute. Come on. There's no way he tweeted that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look. Uh, I just had a very positive interview with none other than Jim Cramer on CNBC. He seemed sad that, in his words, the apes hate me. While Cramer calls them as he sees them, he has always been fair to AMC and to me. Apes, it is time to kiss and make up. Ugh. Ugh. No. Ugh. Oh, I feel dirty. Take that down, Adam. Take that. No. No. No, 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 no. That's got to be scrubbed. No, not gonna happen. Never. Yes, we did trip SSR when we first opened up this morning, Tank Dog. Ugh. I feel dirty just reading that. That's not gonna happen. I'm not. Oh no. Uh, he needs to scrub that message. It needs a little Clorox. Aaliyah says maybe he's being sarcastic. Laugh out loud. What did he put in for the send a kind word to Jim Cramer today? You know what? Jim Cramer just wants the attention. That's all he wants. I'm not giving it to him. Harry, I think you need to look into that a little bit more. Um, if they do go to the people who have loaned them, which you're partially right on that, there's still going to have to be a payment in lieu of, which means that brokers who've lent the shares are going to expect payment from those from the dividend. Pro Jeweler says Adam Air needs to burn that tweet. I know. Needs some serious disinfecting. Yeah, Pro Jeweler says Kramer is an attention whore, in my opinion, and I agree. He wants people to feel bad. He just wants people to like him. Ariel says, Casey, has the settings been changed? No, Yale, you're just noticing a trend, and you're not wrong. There's definitely new names that are popping up on here that you've never seen before, saying things that are supposed to try and incite fear and uncertainty and doubt into what it is that you're doing. And you know who they are because you guys are here all the time. So if you see new names and they're names that you don't recognize and they suddenly pop up out of all of a sudden nowhere and start saying things, it's going to kind of make you start thinking like, what's going on here? Why are these people suddenly showing up and saying the things that they're saying? The Loon family says, Casey, if the ape share was $5, do you think that the institutions would want their shares back to collect the dividend, and that would force the squeeze? I'll tell you what's even better than that, the Loon family, is this. People out there who have share lending on or people who are in margin accounts are going to realize that they probably want out of those super, super quick or to turn them off. And what that's going to do is that's going to force return shares. So not just institutions, but people, retail as well. This is going to start holding people accountable for where they're putting their shares. And it's going to force people to become accountable or lose. And so people are going to start being accountable for where their positions are being held. And when that happens, it's going to cause a lot of chaos. It's going to cause a lot of chaos. Rose says I was going to change my name to Casey's Soggy Keyboard. All right, so I just want to state, I want to throw this out here real quick. I just want to state that, I broke Adam Aaron's mug just before I was supposed to hand it to him. Right before I was supposed to end the show, I spilled alcohol right on my keyboard. What is next? What is next? Like, what can I possibly do just before something happens? When it comes time, guys, I'm gonna wrap myself in bubble wrap. I'm gonna I'm gonna come onto this show one day. If I see the price jump up to like 150 bucks one morning, I'm gonna come on the show in bubble wrap because I'm afraid. I'm afraid what's gonna happen. Javi the Great says Bubble Boy. I'm telling you. Seriously, I'm gonna do like I just somebody says trip over your dog. I know. This is what I'm saying. Bubble wrap. I'm gonna come in wrapped in bubble wrap. You guys are gonna be like, what the hell is going on with Casey? Why is he all wrapped up in bubble wrap? I'll be like, I'm not taking any chances. MCon says, how will we know when the craziness starts for the shorts? I would suggest you'll know. I think it's already started. To be honest with you, I think it's already started. Rose says you can spill alcohol on Adam Aaron in a broken mug next time you see him. Yeah. Myself says I'm going to trip over the bubble wrap and bump my head. All I got to say is this, guys. If something happens to me, if something happens to me, do good. Do good with whatever it is that whatever you make out of all this, when it's all said and done, do be excellent in life. Do your best and be excellent. Strive to be better. Uh, because man, I worry about myself here. Spilling alcohol on a keyboard and dropping mugs. I don't know what's next. But you guys be excellent. Do the best as you can in life, and make the best of yourselves. Janice says it's a great idea to screenshot your broker accounts on 15th through the 23rd if you do not have your apes. I would start now, and I said that yesterday. Start start taking daily screenshots of of your account every single day. Make a folder and just paste the pictures in there with a date. Just call the file a date. I think so, yo. I think it is fair to say that. I think, in terms of seeing the market starting to panic a little bit about what's happening, I think the market's having a little bit of a meltdown right now. Miss Tahiti said a skid lid. What the heck is that? Yes, I would, yo. And also perhaps maybe even the SEC as well. American Trader says whatever you do, don't make a toast in the bathtub. Got it. When I go to shave my beard, I'll make sure that they don't use a straight razor. I could see my luck. Some car comes crashing through the door as they're using a straight razor on my neck. You know what? Ready for some MOASS? And I've said this to my kids on many occasions, only because I know that they don't know where the reference comes from. But be excellent. Um, do you know where that comes from? There's a movie. Rose says it is really ironic that the 4-hour cup has a broken handle. Yes, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's right. Be excellent. Party on. No, that's something else. But yeah, I mean, be excellent. That's my kids don't know it. They don't know where the reference comes from, but I've told them many times in their lives, I want you to be excellent. Yes, Aaliyah, I did fall asleep in the I totally passed out. I was wearing glasses. I had a earpiece in, and I was reading, and I just fell asleep on you guys. It happens. Skid lid is another word for helmet. I've never heard that. Myself says, Casey, have you ever tried juggling baseball bats on a skateboard? All right. We figured, but we kept talking to you. I kind of figured you guys might. I was wondering about that, Aaliyah. I was kind of wondering how many times you guys tried to talk to me and I didn't respond. But I guarantee you, if I didn't respond, it was because I was just past the f out. I mean, I was tired. Like, let me explain something to you guys. And I don't think you guys understand. 9 hours a day of streaming is extremely taxing on a person. When I get off of here, sometimes I take like a 2 hour nap. Like legit, like just go straight to sleeping for 2 hours. And then I wake up and then I start making dinner or something like that. And then next thing I know, I'm passing out at like 10:30, 11, maybe even 12 o'clock at night. But yesterday, I didn't have that chance because I had spilled the alcohol on the keyboard. I knew I was going to need another keyboard before today. So I went to Costco and didn't find what I wanted at Costco. So I had to go to Best Buy, bought the keyboard at Best Buy, came home. My wife said, we don't have any propane. Had to go back out, go grab propane to make dinner. By the time we made dinner, I got that food coma sleep starting to set in. And so I vegged out in front of, what did I do? Actually, I didn't. I want to say I vegged out in front of the TV, but I didn't. I sat in front of the TV for just a little bit. When my wife came over to join me, I was going to watch something. I told her, I was like, I think I need to go to bed. And it was like 10 o'clock at that point. And I was like, I hadn't even started looking into the reading, any of it. So, I mean, I was exhausted. And then I went upstairs and was, I felt like I needed to get on and listen to what everybody was saying. I know it doesn't sound all that rough, Aaliyah. I know I had to go buy a keyboard and get propane, big whooping deal, right? But no, I was legit, like I was taxed. I was big time taxed. Let me go ahead and go through the numbers here, guys. Myself said, don't attach the propane to the computer. I bought two tanks. I bought two tanks this time because I have two tanks and I get tired of needing to replace them all the time, and so I just went out and filled them both up this time instead of like rotating them. All right, let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to log into my broker, and I think that's all done. So I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. So I'm not going to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts if they're specific to me and you want me to answer them. Hold those thoughts. Let's go ahead and take a look at these numbers here. We'll do a quick run through since it's not the first time of the day that we've gone through them. But let me move a couple pages real quick. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 48.27 and the EDGX had 15.95. Let's give that a refresh and see what those are now. 49.08. That's actually exactly what I would think that we would have. I've said this on plenty of occasions before where by this time of the morning I expect to see about 49% of our volume moving through the off exchange. Normally on an EDGX I would expect to see somewhere between 11 and 12 maybe by this time, so that's a little high. But the 49.08 is dead nuts where it's supposed to be. It's rock strong. I gotta start using that. 14.5. When adding those two numbers together gives us 63.59%, which is a little bit higher than where we should be, but we're actually a lot less off exchange volume than we've normally seen, which tells me that somebody is already concerned about how much is trading through the off exchange for some reason or another, because this is abnormally low volume moving through this off exchange. Let's take a look at Ortex data here and see what that's showing. As of an hour ago, there was 2.66 million shares having been borrowed. That is now 4.55 million. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 18.78%. Cost of borrow average is at 8.88. Cost of borrow max is at 9.87, and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is 127.33 million shares. That's down by 4.4 million shares day over day, with about approximately 1.5 of that being short interest. 1.5 million. Taking a look at the options. So an hour ago, our highest amount of volume was at a $17.50 strike price. It's now 18, so that's gone up. At 17.5, there was 12.1 thousand contracts. Now at 18, there's 16.6 thousand contracts. Puts, we've actually had quite a bit of put volume this morning. $17.50 was the highest amount of volume an hour ago. It's now 17. So that's gone down. So there is a spread now between calls and puts. At 17.5, there was 9.6 thousand contracts. At 17, there's 11.9 now. So this is now a dollar spread. So the market's kind of signaling for a closing price somewhere between 17 and 18, which is about a dollar higher, $1.25 higher than what I was anticipating, which is not going to be good for me in terms of winning the week for price predictions, which is unfortunate. But you can't win every week. I'm a little sad. I'm a little disappointed in myself. I really thought we would see 16 today. I thought they would continue to try and push us down 16, maybe a little bit lower. Orders by Fidelity customers. I mean, it still could come in the later portion of the day. There are quite a few options that are open at 17 and 17 and a half, which would put those well into the money. So it could still happen. AMC is currently second most traded stock on Fidelity by orders. We did hold the first place position earlier this morning, but we have a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. So we're looking very, very strong right there. GME coming in at 23rd with 61% buys to 39% sell ratio. SSR did trip this morning when market opened at $16.79. Shares available to borrow looks like mostly returns in the last hour. Yep, actually no change in the last hour. Fees are at 6.5%. Currently, we have 113.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 46.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 82.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 11,000 contracts that are in the money. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but this number was much, much lower yesterday. This is the out of the money puts have actually shot up quite a bit. Price did break out here a little bit before my box, probably about 9 minutes before. NASDAQ is down 0.87, Dow Jones is down 0.13, and the S&P 500 is down 0.46. We currently have just slightly more decliners than we have advancers, with 3,363 decliners to 3,345 advancers. VIX is down 0.47, VTI is down 0.37, IWD is up 0.03, Tesla is down 3.87, Amazon down 1.3, Cinemark down 13.18, and believe it or not, lower than AMC's price. Doge is up 2.33, Bitcoin is up 2.19, GME is down 1.33, HYMC is down 2.88, Hood is down 4.87, NCMI is down 6.75, and AMC is down 3.16. We're having quite the turnaround from what we saw earlier this morning. Inflow versus outflow is currently $12 million more of inflow than outflow. 23.23 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 102 minutes of trading. Giving us a grand total of a pace of 88.8 million shares. Let me make sure I did that math correct, because I feel like I'm off here. Yeah, that should be 102 minutes of trading. All right, it's right. 89.2 million shares is what pace we're on here. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 55 and 75. So far that's looking pretty decent. Like that might be actually the case. We're taking. Whoa, man, we're taking. I need some water. I'm dehydrated. I need some serious water. Let's see here. We've got on the weekly time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.29, which is just about average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.81, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.91, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.41, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. Actually, there's quite a bit more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 72.11, signaling that we are overbought, although we are not touching the top of the Bollinger Band on either the 5-minute or the 1-minute. And volatility is starting to curl in on itself, but still very volatile. Man, I hate getting price predictions wrong. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Rem Taco, good to see you, sir. How you feeling today? Monty Barger says I'd like to see that cost to borrow start to spike hard as the brokerages contemplate Ape and what it implies. What I'll say is this, Monty. If there are indeed a bunch of retail who decides to actually turn off their share lending or moving out of their margin accounts to get into cash accounts, or at least moving their shares, that what you're talking about, seeing that cost to borrow spiking could very potentially become the case. Rem Taco says, "Good morning, family. Is it taco time yet, or do we need some more hot crotch?" He said hot crotch. Hot crotch sauce made. Who's all in the Discord right now? Let me see. Fish Killer, you've got your mic and your headset off. You okay? Do you need help? Blink twice. Harry Nutsack said, "There we go, jumping right over your box again." Yeah, it's kind of nice, isn't it? I don't feel so bad
Hey,
though.
say sorry.
Oh,
I
what's up?
heard my name.
Yes, sir. How's it going, man?
All right, just working through some presentations, trying to wrap up my Friday. How you doing?
Doing all right. We're kind of zooming up here a little bit at the time. It's kind of cool looking.
I love the momentum. Let's keep it going.
Just gotta
Hey,
stay cool.
Casey, I think this is the first time you and I are speaking, but let me tell you, man, we've been together for coming up on 6 or 7 months since I started listening to you, man. I really appreciate everything that you're doing for the community. You've turned it into a full-time job, and for me personally, I'm always listening to you with one ear as I'm working through my day. But thank you for everything you do, man.
I feel like you've been here way longer than that, though. I don't know. Maybe it's
It has
just
to be. That's what I was just thinking. Maybe 9 months, maybe a year. But
it does feel like you've been here. I know I've seen your name around quite a bit, a lot for a long, long time, and I feel like it's been easily 10 months. It feels like.
you know what? Now that I think of it, it easily has to go back to that last September, easily.
Yeah,
So you're right.
which is right about the time I think I started growing the beard.
So I was following suit until my wife told me to shave it off. She's like, "Honey, you got to get rid of the beard."
Ooh. I think my wife, I think she wants to say that, um, but she knows that I'm doing it for a reason. So she's being very supportive, like she normally is. So, but I feel for her though, because what the worst thing is about, going to kiss your wife and like especially when it's dark and all she gets is nothing but beard because, you can't find the lips. It's okay when you kiss chin. Like there's no problem. Nobody minds when you kiss chin, but when you kiss beard, gross. I feel for her, man. I really feel for her, and for her sake,
Well,
I kind of want to get rid of it.
well, I'll tell you what. I want your last video when we MOASS to be you out there with a clipper on the video trimming the beard, man.
Oh man, I can't. I'm telling you, it doesn't even have to be MOASS. So I just got to see 90. 90 is all I got to see, and then I can shave. I can shave this thing off.
Well, I think when we hit 90, that's going to be right when we're MOASSing. So we're
Yeah,
gonna pass. We're gonna pass right by 90. Um, seriously, Casey, love you, man. I've made a lot of friends throughout the channel. This has really become a family, and I am looking forward to the next couple of weeks here to see what happens with Silverback's new Ape Dividend. So looking forward to it.
It's
It's
gonna
going to be
be.
exciting times the next couple of weeks.
It is. It's gonna be very exciting. I think we have a lot to look forward to.
All right. I'll be back later on, guys. I just need to get through this presentation, get through Friday, and hopefully we'll get through Friday back above 19 today, and we kick some hedgy butt.
Hell yeah. Good luck on those reports, presentations. Remtac says, guys, this time around is so different than all the rest. They do not have the capital they did before. Inflation, debt, banks not lending. Shit's getting spicy. I agree, man. Aaliyah says, "Oh, your wife sounds so sweet." Casey hugs to her. I'll make sure she gets them. Danny says, or if you get food in your beard and people look at you funny and don't tell you. I hate that, man. It's so annoying. You know what the worst? You know what the worst is, Danny? Danny is eating when you have like I'm trying to think of a good hamburger joint, but probably the one that comes to my mind is P. Terry's. I don't know if you have P. Terry's or not, but any of those places that serve like the American cheese on it, where it's like halfway dripping off the backside of the hamburger. Those are probably some of the worst things to eat with a beer because when that cheese decides to drip off the backside, it's so annoying. So annoying. Novocaine says someone mentioned it before and you politely declined. I respectfully say that you must trim the beard live, at least the initial chops. uh, I'll think about it. I mean, what you're asking me to do though is like literally like put a razor to my face as I just got done spilling alcohol on a keyboard and breaking a mug that I was going to hand to Adam Aaron. Yeah, here, let me just trim up my face here while I'm live and not in a comfortable spot doing it correctly. Oh man, I kind of want to do it in front of a mirror, but Tony says, Buenos dias, back in Miami from Costa Rica. Costa Rica was awesome. Your thoughts on RSI? Thanks, Casey. Which time frame? Which time interval? I mean, actually, I can just look at them all and just kind of and give you my opinion. Yeah, that was my stomach. That was my throat. I get throat gurgles all the time. People used to make fun of me for it. It happens. On the weekly, RSI is currently at 52, which is right down the middle. So that's got room to run. On the daily, it's kind of high right now at 64.82. Um, this is kind of that point in time where I want to show you guys something kind of interesting. Um, one of the things that I think that people maybe don't understand about RSIs is that you can have RSI start really high, go higher, and come back down very quickly, and still have price moving in an upwards momentum without ending some kind of run because of RSI. Um, I think the general consensus that a lot of people would have is that you want to see RSI be really, really low before you start running, because then it gives you the opportunity to run for a longer period of time. But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you is this. I think that's false. When it comes to RSI, when you're looking at it, um, all it takes is severe downturns as price is running upwards to cause RSI to cool off between as it's running up higher and higher and higher. And I know there's going to be massive dips on the way up. like 70% dips in price. And that's where your RSI is going to cool off. So could we start running with an RSI really hot like it is right now at 64.75 on a daily? Absolutely. There's no reason why we couldn't run. It could go up as high as like 80, 85, 90, and then have a 50% drop in price that happens. I don't know if you can hear me snap. There we go. Happen that fast within an hour or two, a period of time watching price drop 50%. That would cool off the RSI immediately and take it right back down to maybe 50%. So, but those are the things you have to consider. Um, Time is super, super impactful on our RSI. The more momentum that you have in a short period of time, the more RSI is going to adversely be impacted. Cuddy Cut says you got to shave your beard on top of your old keyboard and take long enough for your two-factor authentication to time out. Oh man. Miss Tahiti says, Casey, go have it shaved at a barber. See, I like that idea, Miss Tahiti. I like the idea of maybe live streaming it while I'm out and about and just like going someplace and just telling them to professionally cut it, you know? I would feel much more comfortable. Yeah, I can do that, Miss Tahiti. I would feel more comfortable if I took you guys live on an outing, and then maybe like right after market close, I go straight to a barber and just take you with me. Hey, Danny, I don't care how you spell your or you are around here. Who cares? Commas are for suckers. Who needs commas? Apostrophes, whatever. They're all the same thing. Commas, apostrophes. Myself says they're just hold up the scissors and log off so we don't get to see the result. Pebble says I can cut it for you. I'm a barber and we can stream it. Where are you at? Where am I gonna have to drive to? You could hire a barber and have a party. Man, that would be something. Can you really hire barbers? Ooh, you have to ask my this is my son ask or telling me right now you do have to ask the barber ahead of time if you can live stream because some might not want that. He's right. Look at him coming on here being all smart. Is that him? What is that? He's coming on here being all smart like that. No, I'm not saving it. Cookie Monster, how do you know I saved my high school ponytail? Did I say that? Did I talk about that? I don't remember talking about that. Yes, yes, I am bashing writers. Yeah, because you know what? I'm just all I'm bashing is the Nazi police on commas and apostrophes. If you want to use them, fine, but everybody else knows what you mean when you don't put it in there. It's just the Nazis that have to like make it a problem. We spoke of your goal. I don't remember that. That must have been a long time ago. Hunter says there's a lot of big time streamers in Austin area now, so barbers nearby might not like the idea of streaming if something bad has happened or has happened. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask him. You're right, dude. Pebbles. It yeah, it is weird, but it was. I loved my hair, man. I loved my hair. I had some good looking long hair, and I liked it. I kept it. It's sitting in a box somewhere that'll probably just get thrown away someday. 2 weeks, Pro Jeweler. Man, Cookie Monster. It's been a while. Steve S. I'm not ignoring you. I haven't seen anything that you've written so far until just now when you wrote, "Are you ignoring me?" Will apes have an okay? I scrolled back up to see. Will apes have an options chain? I have heard that is how synthetics are created. Initially, no. Potentially later there might be, but there won't be initially. Cuddy Cut says, "Who has commas when you have ape dividends?" Danny says, "I think Casey's more of a numbers guy." I think you're right. My mom's the English person. She's the one. She's the English person. She's the writer, and she's extremely critical on punctuation and grammar. I don't even know what that means, Big Tramp. Are we getting pay with a monkeypox virus? Print more money? I don't even know what that means, but all right, fine. Add commas in there. I can't get it. I need those commas on that one, Big Tramp. Fine. Punctuation does matter. Um. So Steve S is asking. So is that how synthetics are created? Um. It's a hard way to answer this one. There. Hmm. I'm gonna say yes. That is a way that synthetic shares can be created. Naked synthetic shorts can come from the options. So the answer to your question is yes. Naked synthetic shorts. But there's other ways that they can also be created as well. That's not to say that that's the only way. Yeah, my mom is a numbers person as well. Nah, Danny, you're not dumb. Yeah, this is one of the things we were talking about last night, Donald. That the stock price would have to be above $4 to be listed. Um, this is I'm we're gonna have to do some more research. I have a feeling that we're gonna find out that there's gonna be some kind of valuation that's first off they said that the SEC has to approve it, the creation of the ape stock, and secondly there's probably gonna be some kind of valuation that's added to it, and it'll be like some kind of market opening price for the valuation, which will probably be determined at a later date, which we'll probably find out later. That would be my best guess. without actually looking at all the documentation I haven't read through already. So let's give it some time and try to figure out where it's going to go. But I have a feeling that it will be over $4 if I had to guess, because I think what he's saying is probably correct. So the dividend is good. I think it is a good thing. I think it has. Ooh, Steve, you're going down some dark roads here. There is potential for it to be a bad thing, but it is also what we've asked for, and then some. So we just have to kind of know what it is that we're getting involved with and what it is it's going to take on our part to keep it a good thing. Elegantly Wasted said, I thought synthetics may be shares held on margin. So if somebody's loaning out shares that they don't have, those could be on margin. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. It's a weird. I thought synthetics may be shares held on margin. They can be. My mom's telling stories over here. Uh-oh. Wouldn't the ape stock be half the price? No, I don't think so. I don't MCOM, we gotta look at the stuff and try and figure it out. I don't think it's going to dilute the price of AMC. I don't think that's going to be the case. But there's still some more investigation that we got to do to look into it and see if we can understand the impact. Yeah, but you're talking about Z and W, HYMC and HYMC and those are warrants. And actually, I don't know what those are at. Let me see. Those are over a penny. They're both over a penny. Did anybody congratulate Tony? Because I think he got his EPS pretty close. Hold on, guys. I want to read this. Hold your questions for just a minute. I want to read this that I just pulled up here. Hold on a second. I'm going to finish reading what you guys are saying, but hold your questions for just a minute. You know, I keep putting 4D chess into Fish Killer, but it's 3D chess. 4D chess would be like spraying you in the face with an ocean mist, smells. I guess he could be playing 4D chess. I don't know if anybody would want to play 4D chess. All right, let me read through this real quick here. Hold your thoughts for just a minute. Danny, you're a smart guy. Just threw that in there. I think you're a smart guy, Danny. So you need to stop being down on yourself, sir. Tony wasn't happy with his estimation on earnings. Really? I thought he was pretty close. I thought didn't they come out with an EPS of it was close. It was like 20.2. Let's see. I thought he was close. Anyways, let me read this article here. AMC Entertainment Holdings. This is posted by Benzinga today at 3:15 p.m. No, it was posted yesterday at 3:15 p.m. Today announced that they have declared a special dividend of one AMC preferred equity unit for each share of AMC Class A common stock par value zero point zero 0.01 per share, outstanding at the close of business on August 15th. The special dividend is expected to be paid at the close of business on August 19th. The company has applied to list its AMC. See, this is the part here that I don't think many people are talking about that I think is important. It says the company has applied to list the AMC preferred equity units on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol Ape starting August 22nd, 2022, and each AMC preferred equity unit is designed to have the same economic and voting rights the, the same economic and voting rights as one share of common stock. This is the part where people are probably saying that would split the price because it would share the same economic and voting right. That's probably where people are getting that from. I just don't think that that's necessarily the case here. However, do note that it says here the company has applied to list AMC preferred equity. It doesn't mean that they've been accepted yet. So they still have to get that approval. So this is still kind of pending in some way or another. The AMC preferred equity units can convert into common stock, but only if the company proposes an investor's vote to approve and increase the number of authorized shares of common stock in an amount at least sufficient to permit the conversion of the AMC preferred equity units into common stock through a common stock amendment. Regarding the dividend, Adam Aron, AMC Entertainment Chairman and CEO, commented, "Today we are rewarding and recognizing our passionate and supportive shareholders, both to our shareholders in the U.S. and internationally, with a dividend of AMC preferred equity units that will trade on the NYSE under the ticker symbol APE. Shareholders will receive one." Okay, so it's everything we just read already. Let's see. So the issuing dividends is going to be the same as the amount in outstanding shares. This new AMC preferred equity gives AMC a currency that can be used in the future to strengthen our balance sheet, including by paying down debt of raising fresh equity. As a result, this dramatically lessens any near-term survival risk for AMC as we continue to work our way through this pandemic. It also can provide AMC with additional. So this is the part that I keep going back to. This is essentially Adam Aron's way of being able to allow us to sell our AMC shares and yet still have voting rights and be able to approve converting of our shares. It would dilute at that point AMC after the squeeze because we would have sold our shares already and give us another position inside of AMC with diluted shares. So it would give us an opportunity to still own shares of AMC without having to buy back in. And it also gives Adam Aron the ability to be able to issue stock, at which point they would, probably sell to the market, which would further drop the price, but at least allow them to collect um, on funds that would be able to allow them to pay off their debts. So, I mean, it seems to me like it seems like I don't know. There's still so much I got to read, guys. So many things. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to get approved to be able to list in the first place. I could I could fully envision them not getting approved. All right. Well, I'm done reading that. Our Yale's going wow, 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 wow. What's going on? What's going on, Yale? Oh, Vince. No, man. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Never seen you here before. Good morning, Hunter. Thank you for the comments this morning. Hunter's up over here. Uh, because they're not allowed. Most of the methods by which they can create synthetic shares are not allowed to be. They're not functioning for like the first like 90 days of a traded stock. So whether it be derivatives or whether it be through loaning of shares, none of that will be happening. So there's no way that they could potentially short it. They would have to buy shares just to get shares to be able to manipulate the price. So that's pretty much the reason why. So for the first 90 days, it's going to be untouchable. Were you on Discord last night with everybody else that I was in with? No, no, Hunter wasn't on last night. Cuddy Cut says, "You know you're in the crosshairs when Casey says never seen you here before." Yeah, well, it's kind of the case. It's funny, you get new people that show up and then just start dropping bombs, like this. It's just kind of like what this is not how a normal person would react when seeing news like this. You want to try and get to the bottom of it. You don't just start making accusations that it's a terrible thing without knowing what the full ramifications are, unless of course you think you know it all already. Which in less than 24 hours, I don't think anybody knows it all. I don't even think institutions fully understand what kind of impact this is going to have. So to come in and start dropping bombs, and it's just kind of nutty. So, but welcome.
Casey, do you have a minute?
Absolutely, Hayden. What's going on, man?
And I'm sure this question's been asked a ton of times, and I've already listened to a couple of guys, like you said, dropping bombs of this is the way it's going to be. But kind of like how I said this morning when I logged on first, there's got to be a counterpunch that these guys are thinking up, and there's got to be something that Adam Aaron already thought up to counter him. Because why would you do something like this? Make it make it so much about the community that got the thing out, got the theater out of problems. He wouldn't do this without thinking. Obviously, that's how the guy works. So with these things being a separate CUSID number and only issued to people that have issued stock, what is it the hedge funds can do?
I mean, in all honesty, the only thing I think that they can really do is they're gonna have to. I mean, they're gonna have to buy shares. They're gonna have to buy shares, and so that they have ownership of shares, so that they also have a position inside of Ape, so that they can manipulate price. And by buying shares of AMC to get those before then means that they're going to have to. I mean, we're probably going to see a price rise on AMC if they're going to want to hold a position inside of Ape. I mean, it's
But,
only,
but we know BlackRock has lots of shares. We know even Citadel has shares.
but they
They
can't loan
can't
those out.
spread those. Yeah,
Yeah, they're not
yeah,
gonna be
they
able to
can't.
loan those out, so not at least not like immediately. So
And
what
you can't
BlackRock could
fake
do
another
is
CUSID number either.
what and Vanguard and all those other companies could do is they could sell some of their position, but I can guarantee they're probably going to sell at a nice decent price. I don't think they're going to give it away for very little.
And
But
they
yeah,
wouldn't want to do that on the dark pool either, because then they wouldn't get enough money to keep money in their bank for collateral also, correct?
that would make sense. That would make sense.
Well, I'm sure I'm like everyone else. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I know. The unfortunate thing is here is that there are questions that I think that are going to be asked that none of us are going to find out the answer to until after everything just goes down, and we're going to have to be satisfied that we're just not going to know until it happens. But yeah, I don't this to me I don't see this as like something to be fearful of. I really don't. I don't see anything fearful here. I still see us as having power and the ability to be able to dictate what's going to happen, and whether it be in our favor or not in our favor. Um, I think one of the main questions that I'm going to be kind of thinking about going on in the future is what's going to end up being more important, holding your Ape shares or holding your AMC shares? Because there may be people out there who maybe don't even know what those Ape shares are, and maybe they just sell them because they don't really care and they just want the money or whatever. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens.
Since they're going to be issued only to people um, who have a share, and it's only 1 cent, couldn't the you know how when something's below a dollar, for 270 days, it can go to that to the off the OTC. Is that correct? Off the
Wait, say that again?
When it's below a dollar, it goes. It's a penny stock. I mean, it's going to come out as a penny stock.
Right. But I don't know that it's coming
Will
out
it,
as a penny stock though. That's one of the questions that I don't think any of us have really nailed down as of yet.
even with him saying it's only going to be worth a penny, so it cost the company 5 million to issue it?
I don't know the answer yet. I,
Okay.
I know it's been said. I got to go through and read all the documentation, but I have a feeling that I think there's a strong chance that we might actually find that there's going to be some kind of valuation that's going to be listed at some point in time down the road, because I just don't know that it's going to list for a penny. I don't think you can list it for a penny. I don't know. It's a great question. I don't think you can list it for a penny and open the price there. I don't think it's maybe it is possible, but I don't think that it is.
Yeah, because nobody'd want to sell it for a penny. And the next thing I was thinking of, he said that, hey, the regular stock will go down. Well, last time I checked, every time that stock goes down, that AMC goes down to 10, we jump on it even harder. So it should make it even worse if it goes down. We're holding the stock that he issued, and we have the amount of shares that we have. We go out and buy more AMC. Is this just a big waterfall that he just put on him? Maybe.
I mean, I feel like it is, but it definitely feels that way. I'm actually looking at Bigham's. Somebody said to look at Bigham's notes here. minimum to be listed on the NYSE stock exchange is $4. People saying Ape will be listed at 0.001. That's actually, I think you should have put
0.01.
yeah, it should have been 0.01, but he put 0.001. That's the par value, not the listed value. The value will be attached to AMC price. Adam Aaron said that AMC price will drop. I'm assuming this comes from AMC to make up the $4. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this one, and I'm going to be trying to look for examples of what has happened in the past this weekend, and I think we need to take some more time to kind of look for past examples.
Casey, I have some thoughts behind this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, my thought here is Adam Aaron made it a big point, and he said it multiple times, no dilution, which means the dividend, which I think means, I'm speculating here, which the dividend is going to be paid by AMC Treasury, right? When he also referred to logically it would impact the stock. Let's just say if it is paid by the Treasury and it does open at a penny, right? That 500 million shares translates to $5 million. That is going to affect his EBITDA and his EPS on the next earnings report. That's what he might have alluded to there. Again, I'm just speculating here. But when, he, in his arsenal from that 2013 the board approved Class A offering that he discussed, he has the ability to issue 5 billion Class A shares, right? Why only a penny, and why an exact match of the common shares, right? I'm thinking, my thoughts, these are my thoughts, not financial advice, right?
Before you go there,
I
just want to say I'm thinking the same thing
Yeah.
as you because I know where you're going with this, but keep going.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's sort of using this, and maybe the appropriate analogy here is he's going to use these Class A shares as an air tag, right?
Yeah.
Because he also, the way dividends are typically offered and the way the dates are determined, right? The ex-dividend date is actually the 22nd, and he's saying it has to be purchased by the 15th. So what's that saying? He's putting, and I can't remember the exact dates, but that he's going to crunch anyone who's borrowing shares today to have to purchase the Ape stock. And if it's, and I'm not, again, speculation, if it's naked or if it's synthetic, right? He's going to see that immediately, right? And that's why in the Discord, I put the cusp ID. They have to come back with their cusp IDs to get the entitlement for that dividend.
Yep.
And without actually doing a share count, and he said, think of this as a share count, but it's not a share count.
Right, exactly.
He's going to be able to see the delta.
Right. And that, if you think really closely, he said he's never been able to prove that there's, an existence of additional shares or synthetics. He said that on multiple occasions, and this would, this would create a situation to where anything that's above and beyond is basically going to be, without a shadow of a doubt, evidence that there's an existence of shares that are being traded or in circulation that's more than they're supposed to be. At which point he could create a legal suit out of what's happening. My hope is, and my guess is that he's probably worked with lawyers on this already. My hope is that he can keep the legal suit to that Ape ticker and what's going on there, and not have it carry over to AMC, and AMC can just continue to do whatever it's doing, and he can basically have like a legal battle over what's happening with Ape.
Spot on. And that's why I'm so excited for the next 2 weeks here. I do have to drop in a minute for a conference call, but I mean, I'm speculating here. This is not financial advice. I'm pumped. I mean, we've all been holding for a very, very long time, and I think this is the biggest news. And he made it a point to say that this is the biggest news, right? And I truly believe that he has our best interest, right? The Hedgies were trying to make him another Toys R Us CEO or a Sears CEO, and if you ever met a CEO, these guys take things very, very personal. And I think he has a personal vendetta, and he included the word valorous. We will be valorous. And I truly believe in him. So, what I tell anyone that's watching here is you just need to decide whether you believe in Adam or you don't believe in Adam, right? And what your conviction was. In Casey, you always hit on this, right? The convictions never changed. At least that has it for me. But thank you for the airtime here, Casey. I'll be back in an hour.
That sounds good, man. Take care.
Thanks again, Casey.
Hey, no problem. That's I'm glad that I can provide a floor for us to all get together and talk about this stuff because um, it involves us all. We all have a we're invested in this in some way or another, and it's good to kind of talk these things out. But I don't know the answer, in regards to like what we're going to open up that price on Ape. Those are the kind of things that I don't understand. The full ramifications of whether or not it's going to impact AMC's price by dropping it by $4 or anything like that. I don't know those answers yet until I have a chance and an opportunity to look to see if I can find an example in the past where a shared dividend was given in a preferred stock uh, dividend situation. I'm not going to know. There might not be any examples. We might literally be living through a first time event. And if that's the case, then we're just going to have to deal with it as it comes, which is part of what I've said from the get go. We're gonna end up facing things that we've never seen before, and we're just gonna have to deal with it as it comes. So get ready for it. Vince, take care. Somebody wrote a question up top here, and I missed it. They won't be, as far as I can tell, Roadhouse. I think there's going to be a period of time where they can't create synthetic apes, which is that's going to be Adam Aaron's key to discovery of whether or not they're requesting more than what is supposed to be issued. So that was what the point that was just made right there was is that if they come in asking for more shares than what are supposed to be issued, then there's problems. And then that gives Adam Aaron the ability to say like, look, you can go to somebody and say, look, we've issued all the shares we need to issue, and they still want more, and I've got proof, and here it is. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys, because it is time, and I actually missed my break because I lost track of time. So I'm gonna go through the numbers. I'll take a break, and then I'll come back at 12ish. Ready for some MOASS says Adam Aaron found a way for us to MOASS and still keep AMC alive and thriving. I think it's pretty smart too. There are aspects of this that I don't like, but you know I understand what's kind of going on here. I understand that Adam Aaron has a company to run, and I understand that he's not going to just give us everything that we want without getting something in return. And you have to understand that. Like in a relationship, when you're in a relationship with somebody, you give and you take. There's always giving and there's always taking. And that's how you have if people are willing to meet in a common middle ground and say, I'm willing to give you this if you give me this, that's where you have a good relationship, right? Those are good things. Adam Aaron saying, I need shares to help reduce my debt in the company. You guys want a share recall and you also want a dividend. I'm going to give you what you want. Please give me what I want. And I say, you know what? Okay, we'll vote for it. You give it to us. We'll vote for it when the time is there, and that's what we'll do. we'll work together. And I think the amazing part about this is he's actually just he's handing us the opportunity to be able to stay with AMC as shareholders even after we vote and have maybe perhaps sold off our AMC positions. We can vote and still have a position inside AMC and still be shareholders inside the company. So I don't know. I see it as a positive thing. I'm gonna go ahead and log into my broker here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. We are starting to run up here. We're at $19.28. We are in the green for the morning. The VIX is up right now. Everybody else is down except for cryptocurrency and AMC. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Right after I put in my two-factor authentication. If you don't have two-factor authentication, guys, I can't stress it to you enough. I've tried to tell you guys multiple times that it's really important. There's certain things in this play that are extremely important to do, and protecting yourself is one of those things. Two-factor authentication can definitely help you. Check it out, see if you like it, see if you don't like it. You can always remove it if you don't. Having said that, I'm going to go to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. If you have specific comments or things you want to say, hold on to those until you see the big tramp back on the page. And that's when I will be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So let's take a look at our numbers here. Starting with off exchange, an hour ago was 49.08 and 14.51, which is just dang near 40 or 64%. And right now it's at 51.32 and 13.73 in those two off exchanges, giving us a total of 65% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. That is lower than what we've been seeing recently, but still about 1.05% higher than what I think a normal day should look like. Refreshing inflow versus out. What am I saying? Oh my gosh. Going to Ortex and taking a look at the data on Ortex here. An hour ago, there was 4.55 million shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex. That number is now, drum roll. I need to get my son to do a drum roll. 5.5 million, so it's increased by about a million shares in borrowed shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 18.75%. Cost of borrow average is at 8.79, max is at 10.18, and min is at 4.33. Shares on loan did drop by about 4.4 million shares to 127.33 million shares today on loan. And the amount of that was short interest was about roughly estimating 1.5 million shares. Taking a look at the options. An hour ago, the highest amount of call options were at an $18 strike price. That is still the case. It went from 16.6 to 28.1 thousand contracts. A lot of call options starting to open up at higher values. So we may see that change a little bit. We have puts. Highest amount of volume at a $17 strike price an hour ago was 11.9 thousand contracts and is now 14.5, giving us almost a 2-to-1 in call versus put volume and still signaling for a price close between $17 and $18 for the day-to-day. I have a feeling that's going to change before the day is over. We'll see. Taking a look at AMC as far as orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is number 2 on the list with 60% buys to 40% sales. And GME is listed at 25th with 61% buys to 39% sales. SSR did trigger today at $16.79. Shares available to borrow in the last hour has, there's some activity here. There's 200,000 shares that were borrowed in the last hour, giving us a grand total of 3.65 million shares. A long time ago, guys, in a galaxy far away. I used to say anywhere between anywhere between 3 and 4 million shares a day. It was what we used to average in borrowing. So we're right there. We're back to where we used to be as far as how many shares are being borrowed. The fees are at 6.5% currently. There is currently 95.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 65,000 contracts that are in the money. 90.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. The Nasdaq is down 1.07, Dow Jones is down 0.34, and the S&P 500 is down 0.69. We currently have 3,551 decliners to 3,207 advancers. The VIX is up 1.68, VTI is down 0.52, IWD is down 0.23, Tesla is down 5.69, Amazon is down 1.35, Cinemark is up, or sorry, did I say up? I said up. Cinemark is down 12.89% at 1686. They are about $3 less, $2 and some change less than us. Doge is up 2.06. Did I say that like I had a smile on my face? I think I might have. Bitcoin is up 1.72. GME is down 0.81. HYMC is down 4.8. Hood is down 5.65. NCMI is down 3.48. And AMC is up 3.05% for the day today. We currently have $21 million more in, wait, is that right? For 16, yeah, $20 million more in inflow than outflow. So far traded for the day today, we have 37.5 million shares having been traded so far after almost half the day, not quite. We've traded for 161 minutes. Putting us on pace for 91.3 million shares. That is higher than what it was in the last hour. It is very, very rare for us to see volume starting to move in the upwards direction on pace at this time of the day. And I just did this like upward sweeping motion with my arm that it was, if I had just placed my other arm in front of it, it would have been like a big ol', like they do in New York. What is that called when the one arm shoves underneath the other arm and it's, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yes. F you, Hudgies. F you. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.94, which is slightly above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.65, which is signaling as overbought. On the hourly, dang it, look at my trampoline. That's a jacked up trampoline. I'll look at it at the 30-minute. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a imminent crossover coming with RSI at 67.93, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.2, which is overbought. Oh yeah, 30-minute interval. Where's my trampoline? Oh, maybe it was the hour. Come on, Weeble. Wow. Why couldn't we hit that trampoline? Why? It was so close. Can't I just hit one of my trampolines for crying out loud? Ugh. I feel like on the 4 hour, let's pull up the 4 hour real quick here. That's maybe where I drew it. Yeah, I drew the trampoline on the 4 hour, I think. On the 4 hour, as far as the cup and handle goes, guys, with this price movement, I think I'm supposed to take this value here, 1837. 1 second, let me do some math. I think I add that to that. I think this upwards momentum on the backside of this cup and handle could push us up to $22. I really felt like this handle portion, though, was going to last for like 1 or 2 days. I, I didn't think that it would all happen overnight. I didn't see this coming. This was really, really quick. My guess is, because I just told you guys that there's going to be some more buying pressure on institutions to actually have the shares. and we're seeing a lot less off exchange movement today. I mean, drastically less. There is, let me just check and see. I'm pretty sure that we're about 10%, if not more, less volume through the off exchange today than normal, which means that institutions may be forcing other institutions to actually buy the shares, as they're probably starting to hoard shares now. Because if they know that they're going to need these shares to complete uh, giving shares to their investors, um, they're going to want to start holding on to their shares and maybe even possibly buying more. This is going to put a lot of pressure on a lot of people to start doing things the right way. Myself says that's close enough for a guess. Yeah, it was. It wasn't too bad. It was not too shabby. I just want to hit the darn trampoline for once in my life.
We might get there.
The trampoline?
Yes, sir.
We're going to be moving a lot. We're going to be moving up and down, up and down, up and down. It's going to be like jump rope. Uh,
She's teasing Club Halt.
yeah. Who's talking?
This is Tally.
How's it going, man?
Good. I just popped in to say hey.
Hey to you, sir. So how do you feel about this share dividend? How's it making you feel?
Oh, I'm just holding.
Ross says, you reckon any of this volume is FOMO, Casey, from current or previous apes getting back in? I really, truly, and honestly believe you're going to see a lot of people doing some very interesting things. I think that a lot of people who have been trading AMC on margin are probably going to be changing their positions to hold only until they get their dividend. So the chance of them selling before the dividend is actually issued to um, is probably going to be modified during this period of time. And if they were sold out at any given point in the last day or so, then they're likely buying back in as soon as they possibly can and holding that position. They won't want to get out. Um, the closer we get to the 15th, the less likely it is that they'll want to get out of their position. We have a new high, guys, $19.80. 1975 is what it was before. That is 43.3% up from the 1382 we hit last. James of Arizona wants to know how the itchy cloud is looking, the itchy moto. Let's take a look at it, those itchy boogers. This is why I will never ever get an interview with anybody who's of substantial importance, is because you guys make me say things like itchy boogers. And I love you for it. Don't even get me wrong here. I'm okay with it. It is what it is. So this is on the 1 minute. So let me look at the hourly here. So conversion is above the base. Price is well above either of those. Lagging line is above price line. It's looking like a strong buy right now. A very strong buy on the hourly. On the 4 hour, conversion has been above base. It never crossed. Lagging line dipped momentarily, came back up, but has always remained above. Price, although it did dip down and hit base overnight, has immediately jumped back up and has gone back over conversion and base. I have to say, from a day trading's perspective in here, you would probably avoid this, because once you would have sold out of your position, you're not coming back in, and you probably would have sold either mid or late day yesterday. So if they're going to come back into this play, it's going to be um, there's going to have to be a lot of a reason for them to come back in. They might wait a week or so, but at that point, I don't know. Yeah, you could see it. This could be a lot of FOMO right here. This really could be a lot of FOMO. But Donkey Kong's yelling at me saying break time. Man, yeah, I love you guys for taking care of me. Thank you for watching out for me. Mental health is everything. And you gotta keep that mental health up, and taking breaks is part of it. So day slash swing traders BC, they try to scalp all the time. So why would they sell? Because that's how they operate. And we know that they're out there. If you wanna go look one up, his name is Gabe. What does he go by? Oh, Review Dork. Yeah, I bet he didn't see this coming. I'm really actually kind of curious, like in a very weird kind of way, but I'm really kind of curious, like what he's saying right now that is like possibly exactly the opposite of everything that he's probably ever said before. He's he's gonna suddenly turn back into a buy and hold ape here pretty quick. You watch and see. Um, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny watching the YouTubers who've um, strayed away come running back. You just wait. There's going to be some positional change people's attitudes. They're going to have more passion all of a sudden. But that's all right. I'm okay with it though. It happens. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to take this break here, and let me see here. Get you guys some music up. Everybody was saying the music in the last break was pretty decent, so that was I just picked it really quickly. This keyboard. All right, there we go. It's going to take me some time to get used to this keyboard. Coming back at 12:10. No, coming back at 12. Actually, let's do this 12. There we go. Remember the guys that, because I read what Tom just said. I'd love to see this just rip and get halted for a few minutes. One thing that I want you guys to keep in mind and remember is that halts don't mean the end. Try to remember that halts do not necessarily mean that it's the end. There's been a lot of conditioning lately to get us to believe that that's the truth. Also note that there's going to be some very violent price swings in our futures. So just be ready. Yeah, you're welcome, Roadster guy. I mean, I wanna understand like all the aspects, the different aspects of how the dividend's gonna both help or maybe potentially, hurt our position. It's gonna take time to kind of figure some of those things out. And I think it's wrong to jump to conclusions. So I'll see you guys in about 40 minutes. For those of you who are in the Discord, I'm going to step out just so that you guys can talk freely and not have to worry about being recorded live. So I'll step out of here. But I will go back in afterwards, after the break's over.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. And I'm actually reading a document right now. So give me just a minute. I want to see if this helps us out in any kind of way here. Hmm. That's not going to help. There's a lot of information that's being published around right now that I mean, some of it you got to read over and really see if it is an informed document or if it's something that's an opinionated document right now. A lot of stuff, so much stuff out there right now. It's crazy. Just be careful as you're reading through different material. Look for supporting information to back what it is that it says. Um, I guess that's probably all I'll say on it right now. Pantheon, welcome. I'm going to head back to the back of the big tramp again to talk with you guys. So I'm back in the back of the big tramp. Danny's in here. He's made it. Finally made it in. Let's see here. It's time to take a look at our numbers. So I'll give a quick rundown on what's going on with our numbers here. All right. I'll log into my broker. If you guys have anything you wanted to say, just hold on to that thought process and I'll come back to it in a few minutes once you see the big tramp back up. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Might help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, I saw a question asked while I was on break in the Discord, asking me why specifically taking pictures of your account every single day. And the reason for that is that for your record keeping, you want to know what's happening with your shares. I'm not going to make any accusations, but there are clerical errors that do actually occur. And having some kind of hard evidence or records of clerical errors that have been made makes it really quick and easy for you to reference. And I think any lawyer would always tell you it's probably a good idea to keep some kind of storage of historical documents. But let's take a look at what we got going on here with our numbers. Let me move a couple pages and we'll run through these numbers. Kind of a tedious thing to do, I know, to take a picture every single day of your accounts, but might be worth it. Taking a look at off exchange, an hour ago it was 51.32 and 13.73 in the EDGX. Those numbers are actually lower than what we've been seeing for a long time now. Not as much off exchange movement happening currently. 54.36% of our volume going through the off exchange so far. EDGX at 13.06 for a grand total of 67.42. That is up from an hour ago, which was at 65, so about 2% more than it was. Taking a look at Ortex data, an hour ago there was 5.5 million shares having been borrowed. That is now 5.85. It's going to have a small impact on raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.83%. Cost of our average is at 8.86, max is at 10.18, and min is at 4.33. Shares on loan today are down about 4.4 million to 127.33 million. One and a half of that 4.4 million was I'm estimating as short interest. Options. Highest amount of call options are currently at, it's moved. 18 was what it was an hour ago. It's now $20. At 18, it was 28.1 thousand contracts. It's now 37,000 contracts at 20. And let me tell you, there is a lot of options that are in the money right now for calls. I'm just going to read these off just to kind of show you how many. 20.9 thousand contracts at 17.5. 30.3 thousand contracts at 18. 20.6 thousand contracts at 18.5. 26.9 thousand contracts at 19, and 16.6 thousand contracts at 19.5. For the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $17.5 strike price, which is up 50 cents from an hour ago. An hour ago, it was 17 with 14.5 thousand contracts. It's now 17.5 with 15.9 thousand contracts. More than a 2-to-1 ratio in call volume versus put volume. And the market suggesting a closing price of somewhere between 17.5 and 20 now. Looks like yours truly will not be winning this week in price predictions. It happens. AMC is currently trading, according to Fidelity, second highest most traded stock by orders, with a grand total of 57% buys to 43% sales. GME's coming in down here at 28th with 61% buys to 39% sales. More borrowing going on now. Another 100,000. Putting us at 3.75 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 6.5%. There's currently 89.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 71.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 91.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. We just broke 20, or we just hit 20. NASDAQ is down 0.53, Dow Jones is up 0.04, S&P 500 is down 0.27. We currently have 3,609 advancers to 3,152 decliners. The VIX is up 0.61, VTI is down 0.1, IWD is up 0.07, Tesla is down 4.97, Amazon is down 0.85, Cinemark is down 14.37, Doge is up 2.61, Bitcoin is up 1.93, GameStop is up 1.09, HYMC is down 4.62, Hood is down 5.01, NCMI is down 3.37, and AMC is up 7.13%. We just broke $20. We have, let's see, $34 million more in inflow than outflow. And so far for the day today, we've traded 53.84 million shares traded after just slightly more than half the day. 222 minutes of trading. Putting us at 94.7 pace, 94.7 million pace for the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 55 and 75. The pace is picking up as the day continues on. Chances are we may actually beat the estimate that I had. which won't be much of a surprise to me. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.09, which is just slightly above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.35, which is signaling as overbought. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.16, also signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.36, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.23, signaling overbought. Who in the world is buying? Let's see what kind of path we're taking here. It's time to get some new Fibonacci's in here. Hmm. Give me just a minute. I'm trying to figure out where we're heading to here. I think we might stall out here at around $20. Although the other side of our cup and handle here was supposed to be up to 22. But maybe some consolidation or maybe even a breakout going down in the later half of the day today might be a possibility. I'm going to continue to watch this. I don't know that I necessarily like my ascending parallel channel that I've got going on here. It's not very it's not very technical. I mean, I do have some solid touch points on here, and this might have been like just kind of like a little bit of a flare down that I don't know. I'm not happy with this, but we'll keep an eye on it. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Amy says, I bet we go nuts after hours. Nasir says, rock strong and cool. Look at the sell walls, 10,000 each, 2035, 2045, 2055. Excuse me. Indigestion. Yep, you're not wrong. They are definitely trying to keep price from moving up here. So the interesting thing behind all this, guys, is that if there's institutions out there right now who have been lending shares out that they didn't they couldn't that they shouldn't have been lending, they now got to go get those, and they got to get them quick before price gets too high. So this could potentially be part of the reason why we're seeing the price drive up like it is. A lot of institutions know that they have a very limited amount of time that they're going to have to pick up these shares for, and they're going to have to pick them up as cheap as they possibly can. So the likelihood that institutions are buying right now is very, very high. As we can see that our buy to sell ratio is not exactly high as I would think it would be if this were retail that was doing this. Yaka Frida says, Casey, make yourself happy. I don't know how. I don't, I don't know how to make. No, I didn't listen to the song "Rock Strong" myself. I didn't. I had a very specific song I wanted to play today, and I was focused on that more than anything else. Pantheon, I hope you like the title for the day today. Let's see. Hypothetical question from Cuddy Cut. I know you don't give financial advice, but I have a hypothetical question. What if someone has been holding AMC shares for more than a year, and so when they sell, they will have to owe less taxes? When they do Ape Dividend, then current AMC shares will be valued lower, let's say half. Then will the profit on those long-term stocks go down also? There's we haven't figured out all the intricacies of this yet. I mean, I think a lot of us are under the impression that the price of Ape will have to be larger than or at least $4. But then there are others who are suggesting that it could be listed for 1 penny. Um, we've got some more research to do, so I don't know the full answers to these questions. And as far as taxation goes, I am definitely not a CPA, and I would not even be able to come close to answering tax questions for you. Um, you would owe less in taxes on your AMC shares, but when you get your Ape dividend, it shouldn't change anything with your AMC shares in regarding to taxes. So, but in regards to how you're stating the question, I'm kind of confused because it says shares will be valued lower, let's say half. Then will the profit of those long-term stocks go down also? Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that the Ape valuation and the AMC valuation are going to be tied. In other words, they can move in different directions, or they could even move in the same direction. Yeah, I know. But I mean, I do feel like we are in ascending parallel channel here. Um, I've got a couple touch points on here. I think this works. We're gonna see if it holds and respects it. There might be a breakout kind of over here, heading downwards. Yeah, Ryan's saying Lil Gamma. Yes, and we don't need to cause it to be created. That gamma can be created by the institutions. We don't have to cause it. That's probably one of the biggest mistakes that I think manufacturing. One of the biggest mistakes that I think retail has made um, in our entire play here is thinking that we need to generate a gamma squeeze to occur, when in actuality the market will do that for us. The market will absolutely cause a gamma squeeze to happen. Why? Because it wants to make money. That's what a market does. It wants money. And if it thinks that it can make money on a gamma squeeze, it will definitely do it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to give it a listen myself. Yeah, I did some Bob Marley one time and I got in trouble. I think it was Bob Marley. No, no, it wasn't Bob Marley. It was Jimi Hendrix. Apparently, Jimi Hendrix family's got a cease and desist on anybody playing their music without their rights. So I can't play any Jimi Hendrix. Bob Marley, you'll never hear me play. He's been outlawed because of an experience that I had growing up. No Bob Marley allowed here on this channel. He's been outlawed. Ooh, Flarpy, there's some fighting words right there with the IRS. If there's one thing I know in life to be true is you don't screw the IRS out of their money. You do that and you're asking for some trouble. Yeah, but I think they have to open up. I think they have to open it up higher than 4, and it can't trade under. Yeah, see, this is definitely not ascending parallel ascending. So we're we're moving up. Let me delete this. This is not where we're heading. $22. I'm just gonna say 22 bucks. I think we've got to complete the cup and handle formation, which completes at $22. So watch for price to hit somewhere close to 22. We just hit 21, and then start retracing off at 21. Yucca Frida, make sure you get a tax lawyer and a CPA. Maybe perhaps a business. Oh, Manjit would help me with this one. Manjit, tell me, Manjit. It's. I'm trying to think what kind of lawyer it is you want. You want a business law, business law lawyer to help you out with what it is you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Ryan. Greatest American hero. I played that a while ago. That was quite a while ago. Menjit says dividend up to 26,000 is not taxable. I'm not. I mean, that's check with your CPA. M Height says afternoon Casey Gamma next week question mark. 2 weeks. Yeah, there we go. 2 weeks. Yes, Val, I did. You're absolutely right. I did say this was going to go. And it did go to 16. It went down to $15. It almost hit dead nuts right on the spot in the aftermarket hours. So if you come back out to the 1 hour, I've still got my trampoline drawn in here, and I'll show you where I've got it. There's my trampoline that I drew in like 2 days ago, I think it was. I drew this trampoline in here, saying that I thought we were going to hit the trampoline here at around 16 bucks, right? And here it is. It just made it just a little bit early. It was $15.96. Had this line been just over a little bit further into the day to day where it is, where the trampoline is, I would have hit the trampoline like dead nuts in the center. But didn't. They did this a little bit early in the after hours yesterday, hit that $16. And the up portion to this should be $22. We should make it. We should reach 22 from this pattern completion. So yes, I did say that. I don't know about you. Oh, anyways, never mind. A tax lawyer. Tax lawyers can help with creations of of something OC through. Oh, why can't I think of the name of it? A four no shoot, what is it called? Nonprofit organization, and I can't think of what the number is that goes with that. Tax lawyers can help you with that. Go back to the daily chart. Why? What did I do? You like the look of that daily chart, do you? Imagine the people who this is the kind of stuff that I was talking about before. There's been several occasions where I told you guys before that people who tried to swing trade this, they would get left behind. This is the exact kind of think about having swung trade this to gain maybe like 100 shares over a 3 month span of time, and then watching your 100 shares be absolutely melted away in a single morning move that leaves you behind, and you end up having to buy back in for lower than what it was you got over the last 3 months in shares from trying to swing trade this thing. I'm telling you right now, guys, I've said it over and over and over and over. The people who are swing trading this and trying to scalp more shares will get left behind. There is no way that they can buy back into this in enough time. They're gonna get left behind. They will be the first to die on the battlefield. Sure looks like it to me. Roadster guy, I can say it sure looks like it to me. 501c 50 when it's 501. Is it 5013C? I thought it was only 3 digits. Maybe I'm confused, or maybe I don't know. Yeah, something like that. 5013. I feel like it's too many digits. But yeah, one of those. Teddy Zane's shitting himself. 501c3. That's it. It's 501c3. That's correct. That's the right one. I knew there was something wrong with the numbers. I knew it was like
Did you mean that's correct? That's the right one?
my phone. 90210. Yeah, it's 501c3. That's the right number. Pumpy, we don't know the answers to all of this, the dividend yet. I don't. I'm not even gonna presume to try and sit here and tell you how it's all going to work. I've got a lot of work to do this weekend to try and figure out all the ramifications of what's going to happen from it, the possible outcomes. Depending on what could happen along the way. There's a lot to think about here. A lot of different aspects to think about. I think one of the things that I think is most exciting to me is that in a weird kind of way, Adam Aaron's basically tied us into the stock no matter what. If we decide to sell our AMC positions, we would still end up having shares. The interesting thing, now think about this, guys. This is going to be the really interesting thing after this is all said and done. If we start ripping now and this lasts into the 15th and it keeps on ripping, like legit, this is going to force some of us to hold our shares like well past a week or two worth of time because everybody's going to want those dividends. Like legitimately, he's just caused like all kinds of crazy, yeah, two effing weeks, right? That's what that's what I'm saying, Nasir. That's what I'm saying. 2 effing weeks. It's gonna be it's yeah. I mean, it's just kind of crazy, but we'll see what happens. We'll just kind of take it as it goes. No, I don't think that's what he's trying to do at all, Mexican Silverback. I don't think that was the intentions. But I think that having those shares and having us have the ability to be able to vote those shares into um, Class A stock distribution would be a great out for both Adam Aaron and the company and us. It helps everybody really. Buck Buck Thanar says, Casey, are you going to see Bullet Train? I think we'll probably see Nope before we see that one. I don't know. I haven't really decided. Hey, Hun, do you want to see Bullet Train or Nope? Yeah, she said Nope. She says she's not a Bullet Train kind of girl. What does that mean? Oh, it's not your kind of movie. Okay. Yeah, I kind of mentioned that earlier this morning. I said I didn't think that you'd probably be into seeing Bullet Train. Would you watch a movie named Thunderbutt? That's what was asked. No, no pun intended. Asked. She said she doesn't know what it's about. It doesn't matter. It was just the title. Yucca Frida, you're funny. Juan. Yeah, kind of crazy, right? It was a nope for nope. Edward says, Casey, why are there 1.7 million shares available and they're not going to use those? Well, they might. I don't know. It depends on if they think they can short this. Oh, come on, Mexican Silverback. You know better. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Buck says my wife wants to look at Brad Pitt for 2 hours, not fooling me. Remember your five whys, guys, because I know the five whys are coming. I'm gonna hit you guys with it one of these days. Make sure you know why you're in this. Oh, I hear somebody. Somebody's shuffling. ABC says they hit SSR early, no point to short until Monday. Well, part of the thing is and this you bring up a great point. ABC is that when SSR is tripped, short share restriction rules are enabled, and what that means is that they are allowed to create short when there's low liquidity. They're allowed to create short exempt volume, which means that they don't need to borrow shares. So oftentimes you see borrowing go way down when short share restriction rules are in play. Kim, how's it going? Tambien to Casey, please. Hold on a second. I don't remember that word. Tambien. Also you. I don't know what that means, Doge. Also me what? I want to ask you, Mexican Silverback, like what you're talking about, but I'm afraid to because I know, like it's like I legit like just straight up told you like none of that, and then you're all this like just keep on going like without even like any skipping beats. Like you just kept on going with it. Like like really? Come on, man. Yeah, I know. I see that. I see what you're talking about. You know, we don't do that here. It's like the only rule I've got here. It's the only one. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like here we are, like on an epic historic journey. We are on the freaking launch pad here, getting ready to go to the moon. You're talking about some other crap thing that I don't really give two shits about. It's like, what the hell? What are you doing? It's craziness. It's just crazy. It's just nutty, man. It's so nutty. It's like you know, I mean, it's like you didn't even skip a beat though. You like just kept on going. It was just like, damn, man. I just, you're making me laugh, bro. You're making me laugh. It's like a crazy laugh. It's like I'm gonna like break out in some kind of like joke. It's kind of crazy laugh over here. I just can't. I'm gonna do some crazy Joker laugh. You know, it's just like, oh man. Yo says sometimes you smoke the IPO, sometimes the IPO smokes you. I mean, in a typical play, broke ape, in a very typical play, under all normal conditions, RSI is a great indicator. Don't get me wrong, because what I'm telling you is that an institutionalist will look at RSI and decide that's when they should sell their shares in a squeeze play. And if you did that, you would probably make one of the biggest mistakes in your life because RSI is going to fluctuate in ways that you can't possibly even imagine, and it's not going to do what typical RSI good practices would be for buying and selling um, as we're moving in price. So I'm just throwing that out there because I know a lot of people want to look at RSI. When the squeeze happens, just go ahead and just wipe RSI off. I probably won't even. I probably get rid of off of my page. I may not even want to have RSI up there just to keep away from the distractions because I know people are going to want to look at RSI and it's not a good indicator at all during a squeeze. Mexican Silverback says, I lost focus, Casey. That's why I'm here, so you can guide me in the right direction. I'm not trying to guide you. It's just, we're on the same page, man. We're on the same page. I know you're good. You've been around for a while. We're all good. You made me laugh though, in a weird like in a weird kind of way. Like almost, it probably got uncomfortable for a minute. but, but it was funny. No dingleberries. Highway Frog says, War Dog said, I'm going to sleep into the 2000s. I like his stuff. I've heard people say that they were going to set price limits and just go for a walk. I've heard people say that before. Not me, man. I want to live through every moment of it. Brian said, don't get rid of the RSI. We can just point to it and laugh. Yeah. Roaster Guy says, after 2 years of being in this play and figuring out the Hedges traps, people still walk right into them every time. Blows my mind. That sounds good, Yucca Frida. Let's do it. El Doge says, please don't like this video or share it. Please don't even think about subscribing. Unfortunately, I had to put back on the 5-minute timer for subscriptions. I had taken it off, but then we started getting those sex bots back again. Watch, now that I said sex bots, they'll probably wait 5 minutes and start spamming us again. Watch. Give it 5 minutes. It's 12:45 on my clock right now. Wait till 12:50. I bet you they start popping up again. I just got to say the right word. Squeeze. And they just start popping up in the chat. I swear, I think it is I think it is triggered by some kind of word. It's got to be some word. Uh, 69. Nice. I don't know what word it is that I say, but it's something that I say that it triggers them. They just pop up. Cutty cut. That's funny, man. Oh yeah, I posted, guys. I posted back to Adam Aaron, man. I was still a little flustered, a little bit on break. I'm gonna show you guys this. Roadhouse says, I watched the Kramer talking with Adam Aaron, and let's see, I'm trying to read what you said here, and I hear Adam Aaron right. He said 5 billion. I thought it was like 500. No, they can issue like 50 million. I think they have 50 million preferred shares or something like that they can still issue, which would, you add the one, you times it by 100, and it's 5 billion or something. I don't know. I haven't really gotten into the deep depths of all the data, of all the information from the filings. So give me some time. I need to go through it all and figure out everything, but I wouldn't worry about it. Jason, Jason, man, dude, text me. I thought about you. I was driving home the other day and I thought about you again. I was like, damn it, why didn't I text him yet? I was gonna text you. But let me share with you guys what it was that I wrote to Adam Aaron, and it was a little maybe uncalled for, but I was so angry. I was so angry at the idea that he would tell us we need to make up with Jim Cramer. And so I said, and I thought, some of you guys will get the reference here. But I said, we just knocked out Mike Tyson. You want us to get friendly with Don King because it'll help us get noticed. Tell Kramer he should have recognized the ape movement like CV Payne did. Sometimes you just got to have insight to know which side of history is the right one to stand behind. And so maybe that was a little harsh, but I mean, I just like I'm not gonna go kiss Don King's butt just because he's a good promoter, right? Just like I'm not gonna go kiss Kramer's butt because he's a good promoter. I get it. I understand how media works. If you want to get out there and you want people to talk good about you, you got to make yourself. You got to kind of play the game, right? Which is what Adam Aaron's doing right here. He's playing the game, but play the game with the right people, man. Play the game with CV Payne. Charles Payne has been on our side for so long. There are so many people out there that I'm suspicious of because I'm always wondering like, what's the catch? What's the catch here? There's got to be some kind of catch, you know. I haven't seen anything out of this guy, and he's been doing it forever. He's been on our side forever, and he keeps telling us to just hold. The dude has been on our side. Like if you're gonna go bump uglies with one of these with somebody in the media, which ooh they're dirty. But if you're gonna go bump uglies with somebody, go bump uglies with somebody who's been a supporter, somebody who actually saw what was going on and actually called it out for what it was. Don't bump uglies with the nasties. Don't do that. That's dirty. That's dirty. I'm just saying. Bill's like so harsh. I know, right? It's harsh for me though, Bill, because I feel like I'm talking down to Adam Aaron. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like I shouldn't be talking to him like that, you know. It's just how I feel, you know. It's like I don't know, man. Mexican Silverback, you're not here to make me. I love you, man. No homo. Domainer says no. Great tweet. I mean, that's how I feel. That's how I feel inside. Like he's legit telling us to go bump uglies with the nasty of nasties, so we can get in with the in crowd. And it's like, no, man, that's not what we've been about. That's not what we have been about. We've been sitting here saying over and over and over, change this BS. And if there's somebody who's going to stand up for us, those are the people you go support. You support the people who've been behind us the whole time. Go support the people like Charles Payne. Go support, I don't know, other people who've go support Naked Shorts lady. What's her name? Can't I don't remember what her name was. The one that did the interview with Adam Aaron, where she accidentally went, oh yeah, Naked Shorts or whatever she said. I don't remember, but go find those people. Go stand behind them. Those are the people. Charles M915 says Charles Payne made Gasparino so scared he started lifting weights. I'm serious, like legit, man. Dude, like Charles Payne's the man. He's the man. Go talk to that guy. Kramer needs to make the first move towards supporting the apes. It's not even that though. It's like he's been off and on supporting us, and then every time he didn't support us, he got upset because we went after him. Well, what do you expect? We're a movement. We're a movement of people who are trying to account. Melissa Lee, thank you very much, Jordan. I appreciate that. We're a movement of people who are trying to accomplish something. What do you think is going to happen when you go tell a bunch of people that they're a bunch of idiots and that they need to stop doing what it is they're doing? No, screw you, and screw you and your horse that you rode in on, because we're doing what we're doing. And if you don't like it, sorry. Kramer's so scared he farted live on TV. I get what Adam Aaron's doing though. He's playing the game, and I get it. And that's why I would never make a good CEO of a company because I just say what it is that I think. And sometimes you got to be a little more PC than that in life, and you got to just suck it up and do the dirty, I guess. But I just it makes me feel gross. I don't know. I'm not good like that, guys. That's why I would never ever make. This is why I had a choice in life. Back in like when I first got into the industry in the semiconductor industry, I had a choice between going manufacturing or engineering, and I went manufacturing initially. I went manufacturing, and then I was asked to do things that were in my opinion unethical, and I couldn't do it. They asked me to tell people things, to lie to people straight to their faces, and I couldn't do that. I was like, I can't tell them that. That's a lie. You know it. But that's what they wanted you to do in manufacturers. They want you to lie. They don't care. They just want you to get the job done, do it the best you can, and whatever they tell you to tell people is what you tell people. I can't do that. So I left manufacturing and I went engineering because in engineering, it's all about numbers. It's black and white. It's either good or it's bad. There is no in between unless unless manufacturing starts getting involved and says, "Oh no, but we need you to see it as being the opposite of what you're seeing it." But I'm telling you guys, like I just can't. I can't. I call it like I see it. Yeah, Melissa Lee from Fast Money. Yeah, go talk to her. I know, yo. I mean, I learned real quick. Manufacturing was not the way for me. I learned that in super, in management, you end up doing a lot of things that are not what I would deem as being ethically correct. So I didn't like that. I didn't want anything to do with it. But Donkey Kong says just left TWE stream. It's a big party over there, dude. The kid's a good kid, man. I bet he's having a great time. You guys should go check it out. Go check out TWE and go live it up over there for a little bit. I'm just over here ranting about Kramer. I don't. You should. But Donkey Kong, you should go back over there, man. Say that Casey Shaw. You just say Casey Shaw said 2 weeks. Go back over and tell him 2 weeks. Zach says, my opinion is PC is in our world is the way is why it is the way that it is. Most things are fact or fiction. Not too many things are gray unless you add the PC element. Hmm, interesting. My mom and I have debated this for a long time. It's weird. It takes a different kind of person to see rules as being gray. And I'm kind of one of those people that I don't really see rules as being gray. I see them as either being a rule that you follow or a rule that you don't follow, like the speed limit. There is no gray area in speed limit. You're either breaking the law or you're not breaking the law. There's no gray area in between. A cop pulls you over and he asks you how fast you're going. You were either speeding or you weren't speeding. Which is it? Don't lie about it. Just, oh yeah, I was speeding. You got me. There's no gray area. Yeah, I was just going 2 or 3 miles an hour over. I was still speeding. Actually, in some states, by the way, you can go up to 10% higher than the posted speed limit. So 2 or 3 miles an hour may not necessarily be enough to be considered speeding. But you know what I'm saying. My wife said that's still too slow. I'm telling you guys right now, if we're doing this whole road race across the United States or wherever it is that we're doing it at, if we're actually doing something like that, I promise you, if my wife is driving, and she probably will be, if she's driving, you all are gonna lose. You're gonna lose. Nikki says it's time to play the sexy song. I'll play it right before I go to break. Yeah, my mom just said Charlie says you get 10% over. Yeah, I mean it depends on the state I think that you're in. I think some states are a hard set number and then other places it's 10%, but yeah. I think most places that you go you can go 10% over. Oh, Eric says thanks again for the radar detector. you're, you're welcome, Eric. I knew you would be writing something like that, Mom. That's part of the reason why I said it. Casey Shaw, can you go to TWA stream and post a comment like you did once in the past? It was fun. Cuddy cut, absolutely, we can. Let's do that. We're gonna go. We're gonna do a bomb on TWE stream, and we're gonna tell him 2 weeks, and I'll post that in there in his comment section. So let's do that. I'm gonna pull it up here. Why the heck? Why the heck not? It's fun. It's fun to have fun. Hold on a second here. I always forget where I have to click on to get to my subscribed channels. I always forget. It's under premium, and there he is right there. Okay. Looks like Tony's streaming right now too. Maybe we'll go by. I'm gonna go by Tony, and I'm gonna go by Trading with Emotion. I'm gonna drop little bombs over here on both of them, and little
In the Discord,
flash mobs.
you can also join that too. It's gonna get rowdy in there once we squeeze, baby. Very simple channel. There's just one channel on there. It's a chat with a bunch of people. There's nothing else. There's no bots. None of that. It's just one chat. Very simple. So you guys should join that. And yes, I will be. Yeah, Max, I am gonna go live in the Discord in a little bit. If you guys want access to stuff like that too, you can look at the Discord. I do option alerts, not financial advice, obviously, but I use it with the based on cycle analysis. The one I just sent out today was an extreme risk, extreme reward setup. Contracts were 6 cents. They went all the way up to 50 cents on AMC. So with those, typically, you know, it's kind of like work it based off of your risk, and you exit those kind of positions because, you know, it's very risky with a stock like AMC, obviously. And
Is he gonna sing? Is he gonna sing?
Those are sent out for you guys. So
sing.
If you want access to that, just make sure you click the link below. Check it out. Pretty cool stuff, man.
Is he not going to respond? I'm really surprised.
Look at that. BBBY is about to go up again.
Oh, he's no.
Not stopping here.
No,
okay.
Stop. No, no. Come on, TWE. Come on, buddy. I know you see it. He's not gonna say anything. I don't think he's gonna say anything. Oh well, it was worth a try. You know, I sent him a message on Discord the other day. He never said anything back to me.
Amy, what do we got here? What are we gonna do?
I don't think he's gonna bite. Come on, TWE. He's not gonna bite. Oh, that's sad.
No, I mean, this is all just, it's insane. As these things happen, guys, it just confirms the cycle more and more. That's the thing about it. We've been doing cycle analysis for a really long time, ever since the channel started back in November, and things have been extremely accurate here, and stuff like this just confirms that everything is, manipulated, and that there is an agenda when things go up or when things come down. So it's at this point, that's why I don't pay too much attention to like just looking at technical analysis or anything like that, because it is used to sort of manipulate the price in that way, like having certain setups that look like cups or wedges or pennants or whatever, and then they turn into something else. And cycle analysis does a really good job to pinpoint these zones when things go up, right?
He's not gonna say
So
anything.
All
right.
It's just validating. It's
He's not gonna say
very,
anything.
very I mean,
That's all right. We'll go over. We'll hit Tony up. We'll hit Tony up. See how Tony's doing. See if Tony's having a good live over here. Let's see. Oh, it says watch later. It says live. Wait, hold on. Going over to Tony's. Oh wait, is he not live? What's going on here? Is Tony's not live? What? I just see a recycle. Oh, there we
Stay
go.
tuned to the channel. The Archduke says people was attacking me in the Weeble comments for being bullish on SPY and AMC, and look at it now. I know. Some of them, can you believe, sold at $16.50 this morning?
Hey, KC.
Can you tell me how you got
Hey,
it
Zach.
at $4? Yes, I've been putting out videos all week, Lion.
Trading with Emotions
telling
asking you to go
how
on
get in at
Discord with him
$4.
live. He saw the messages.
Oh, he wants me to go on Discord?
Too late now, but check
Yeah,
those
he just
videos
saw
out,
you.
and I
He
will
said,
be
"Oh, I didn't
on the
see
next one.
the
I'll be telling
messages."
you
He
how to
goes,
get
"Hey,
in
come on
early
Discord
those,
live."
too.
Oh, am I in his?
Someone said, "Oh my God,
Hold on a second. Let's finish up here with Tony real quick.
Megal is
Okay.
fallen.
Just want to let you know. He saw him.
It's fallen from 235 to 150. But you got in at $4. What do we do, guys?
I don't know if I
Do we
have.
panic?
Tell him to send. Danny, tell him to send me a link because I don't know that I
BBIG
have his
still
Discord.
suspended now for 2 days. I'm out climbing. Thank you for that. That is true. Halts other than
I'm in there.
volatility,
Can I
like
send you the link?
BBIG,
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I
can occur after hours,
Okay.
and they can also last for days.
Oh, dude.
Chim Chim, do I think AMC will continue to
All right, I
run
just
next
sent you
week?
the link through
Well, the
Discord.
chart is looking bullish as fuck, Chim Chim. So I would
There you go, Spam Tony.
lean towards a yes, but we'll see how the day finishes. Lion says, my brokerage did not have the symbol Meagle until today. Today was the IPO. There was only one broker you could buy it on.
Man, how long does it take for these? I feel like, are these guys just not seeing it? Does it take
Dos
forever?
semanas.
Ah,
Por
there he
dos
is.
semanas. Por dos
Yes.
semanas.
We got a song.
Yes, 2 weeks.
Yes.
Who knows that song? Por dos pulgadas. Oh shit, Tony must be drunk. He's singing. Next thing you know, he's going to be dancing.
I love that he's just sang. That's so awesome. Dos manos.
Nicholas says, Lou called this before AMC squeezes. We're going to see a bunch of other plays run. Let me just give an alert for Lou. Alert, alert, alert. Plays fucking run every day. Have you ever read horoscopes? I mean, guys, if you're paying any fucking attention, plays run every day. What a idiotic statement for Lou to make. I'm predicting that before AMC runs, other plays are going to run. No shit, Sherlock. What do you think we're sitting here doing every day? Go fucking talk to the squirrels. Plays are going to run before AMC.
Nuts.
Pay attention. Not you, but the guy in the park.
Yeah, no. We got you. We got
Every
you, Tony.
day plays are running.
We got you.
But people who don't know any better think that sounds like Nostradamus. He called it. Deux.
All right. Let's go back
The
over
plays
to
are going to
TWE.
fall before AMC runs too. Tony DeNaro, you heard it here first. Tomorrow's news today. All right, Meagle's
man.
back. Enough entertainment.
That's funny
Meagle's
stuff.
back at 108. Let's see what she does.
All right. I'm gonna go back over. I'm gonna join. I'm gonna leave. Oh, I left the back of the big tram for those of you who are watching or listening from there. I'm gonna head over to TWE's chat. Live. Yes. Live. I'm in the chat live for TWE's channel. And let's see. Hopefully he'll come in here. Somebody in his Discord said 98,000 calls are in the money right now. Let me just check that real quick. It is 1 o'clock and it's time to go over our numbers, but let me check that 98,000 calls are in the money. Is that really the case? Hold on. Yes, this is true. 98,000. We have more in the money calls right now than we have in out of the money calls. Very unusual. Almost 100,000 options are out of the money right now in puts. Insane numbers. Let's see here. All right, so I'm sitting over here in TWE's live. Maybe he'll show up in here in just a few minutes. Gutsy, you take care, man, and you have a wonderful weekend. Not just great. I hope it's wonderful. Oh man. Hunter, come on now. Oh man. You guys. He was totally singing Dos Manos. I don't know that song, but it sounded good though. He's got a pretty decent voice. Goonie, you're welcome. I don't know what for, but you're welcome. Jabibs, you have a great weekend. Let's see here. I guess it's time to go over the numbers. We should probably check these numbers out and see why things kind of seem to be stalling out a little bit in volume. We're already over my volume prediction for the day today with the amount of volume that we've had, and we still got another 2 hours to go. It's always been about, never really setting dates. I think that's kind of really what it came down to, Watcher 2000. It wasn't specifically about 2 weeks. It was just not setting dates. Tony was drinking tequila for him to be singing. I did. I'm sitting in his Alan. I'm sitting in his Discord right now. Tell him I'm in his Discord, his live Discord. I'm sitting over here in it right now, waiting for him. I'm hoping he's gonna show up over here. Maybe I should go back over there and tell him to. You guys are telling him, I'm sure already. Just tell him I'm in his Discord live. I'm gonna stay here for a little bit, and I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna go over the numbers real quick here because I gotta take a break soon. But
Something to consider. If not,
I'm on it,
we are
Casey.
gonna
I told him you're in
continue
there.
this run, and if we cross 21.
cool, thank you. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in it. If you don't like it, get rid of it. But that little added bit of protection could mean the difference between an STD, monkeypox, or who knows, missing shares. The worst of all the things that could happen to you. All right, I'm gonna run through the numbers while I wait for TWE to show up on here. I don't know if he's gonna. I'm sitting here in his live Discord, waiting for him to show up, and I'm gonna run through the numbers. So if he shows up, I'll just stop doing what I'm doing. But let's take a look at these numbers here. I'll take you guys over to the other page while I'm doing that. Let me just move something over, and we'll start that real quick. Hopefully he comes over here. I just want to chat with him for just a second. It's been a while since I talked with him. Hope he's doing all right. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Off exchange. An hour ago it was 54.36 and 13.06 out of EDGX. Let's see what they are now. 57.18 and 12.62 for a grand total of 69. Nice. 69.8% of our volume is going through those two off exchanges. It is definitely increasing, which could be part of the reason why we're stalling out in price. Taking a look at the Ortex data here, 5.85 million shares an hour ago having been borrowed. It's now been reduced to 3.59 million. That reduction in borrowed shares for the day is going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.65%. Cost to borrow average is 8.84, max is at 10.18, and min is at 4.33. Shares on loan is at 127.33 million shares, which is down about 4.4 million shares day over day. 1.5 of that I'm estimating to be as short interest. Taking a look at the options. I can't believe he was singing a song. Dos Manos. At a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 37,000 contracts. There's now 53.8 thousand contracts at a $20 strike. For puts, the highest level of volume is changed from $17.50 to $19. The amount of puts at $19, well, sorry, 17.5 an hour ago there was 15.9 thousand contracts. There's now 20.8 at 19. So a 2.5 to 1 ratio in call volume versus put volume, and the spread is at $1 from 19 to 20, indicating that the market may close out the price today somewhere between $19 and $20. At least that's what it's suggesting. So far for today, it's been way off. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is currently number 2 on the list with 54% buys to 46% sales. GME is coming in at 26th with 58% buys to 42% sales. SSR trigger price is $16.79, which did trigger today. Shares having been borrowed for the day to day, it looks like they have not. Nope, looks like they did borrow another 100K there. 12. Yep, they borrowed another 100K. So we're looking at 3.85 million shares borrowed for the day to day. Fees are at 6.5%. Currently, we have 62.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money versus 98,000 contracts that are in the money. 92.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.76, Dow Jones is down 0.02, the S&P 500 is down 0.4. We currently have 3,573 advancers to 3,217. The VIX is down 0.42, VTI is down 0.25, IWD is breaking even, Tesla is down 6.31, Amazon is down 1.42, Cinemark is down 14.75, Doge is up 2.2, Bitcoin is up 1.06, GME is up 3.36, HYMC is down 4.81, Hood is down 5.84, NCMI is down 5.3, and AMC is up 15%. Somebody asked earlier today, is today the beginning of the blow? And I would say that the answer is yes. Today is very definitively going to be a blow day. Get your blow. Go get it. Get it. Get it. Got it good. All right, let's see here. We got 54 minus 4 from that. 14. 5. Wow. $65 million more in inflow today than outflow. I had to do some math there. Let me just make sure, just double check it. Yep, $65 million more in inflow than outflow. $82.7 million. No, I'm just teasing. 82.7 million shares have been traded so far. We've got just slightly less than 100 minutes left of trading. We've traded for 289 minutes so far, putting us on a pace for 111 million shares traded for the day today. That is definitely looking very nice and juicy. And way higher than what I predicted, which was only 55 to 75. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.56, which is above average. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 75.72, which is above signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with signaling overbought at 77.34. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.9, which is overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.82, which is above average. And that's it. Lots of volatility. I can see what you guys are saying again. Blow is the last stage for the cycle. That's correct. And there's no telling how long it's going to last for. Doug, if we hit a, well, I'll just pull up the screen so you can see it, so I don't have to like just give you like imaginary numbers. But let's just say that we close right now at the price that we're at 2140. And then let's assume that our volume, we'll say that its volume hits, let's just do 110 million. That's going to give us day over day price increase of 14.68 and 69% increase day over day on volume. That volume's a little bit low, but I mean, this price is so much higher than 14.13, which is where we entered into the bang, that I would have a hard time not calling this the blow. 110 million shares is a lot of shares. And if you kind of added up the 2 days, like if you added up yesterday and today together, it puts you at 17% increase in price and like over 110% in volume increasing. So I think it's pretty safe to say that we're moving into the blow. But don't forget, Doug, that I think you and I both kind of looked at it and said that this is probably not the last cycle. Thick Flare says, "Wait, it's all connected. We're apes plus monkeypox equal, or as an outbreak equals a simulation." Maybe monkeypox was code for the market crashing, and they were trying to get us to go into a quarantine so that they could quarantine the situation. Yeah, you're right, Mexican Silverback. It does kind of look like an alligator's head. No, wait, or a crocodile. Which one? It looks like a crocodile. It's not a crocodile. Wait, alligator, crocodile. I think it's a crocodile. Jana, that sounds like an awesome description. All right, I did promise Nikki. I did promise Nikki something here, a little bit. So let me throw this on for her because she had a request here. So I'm gonna throw it up. 1 second while I find it. Why is it so hard to find? There it is. Wait, is that it? It was it play with fire? I don't think that was it. I thought it was a different one. There it is. 2 feet. James of Arizona says Astro is awesome when AMC is ripping. Yeah, he's got a lot of energy, man. Watch TWE is gonna come in here and I'm playing this crap. No offense, Nikki. Here we go.
I'm flying.
We're gonna sit here and wait for TWE like this.
Flying high like a bird. But my fluttering wings can keep you from pulling me down. thinking about you. I'm trying not to forget my words. 'Cause when I'm around you, I tend to keep changing my mind. I promise myself not to slip back into old habit. 'Cause heartbreak is savvy and love is a bitch.
Well, you guys can you can blame Nikki. Uh, Nothing but positive comments there, Nikki. Just tons and tons of positive comments. She was the DJ of the hour, and she called it good. Everybody liked that. Good call out. Good shout out there. Give all credit to Nikki. She takes the credit for that one. And see, Proud Dad says, "Dang you, Nikki, my wife isn't home yet." Oh man, can you guys feel the dogs getting kicked tonight? I feel like there's gonna be some animal abuse tonight somewhere. Somewhere, protect those dogs. If you have a neighbor that you hear their dog getting kicked or something, go rescue that dog or call the police on them. Call the police on them and have them come over there because more than likely they're probably a hedge fund. Somebody works for a hedge fund, maybe a brokerage somewhere. You know, that poor dog does not deserve to be kicked around. So rescue a dog if you hear a dog yelping. Do me a favor and do that. All around, there's gonna be dogs that need our rescue. So please watch out for them. Good old boy says, "Hi Casey, I've just posted in the Discord about an email I've just got. Could you please look please? One second. Hold on one second." On the 19th of August, we'll update the maximum order and position sizes for all stocks. Existing positions will not be reduced. You can find estimated maximum order. Ooh. All right, so maximum order and position sizes. All right. They're not. I knew there was going to be more brokers that were going to be pushing this out because the first one that we saw was Computer Share. They're specifically talking about changing the amount that you can put in your order for. We saw Computer Share reduce theirs to 3,500 per order. Watch to see if yours ends up being something similar, but more than likely they're expecting some large orders to potentially maybe come rolling through eventually. Um, Is that something to be concerned about? I potentially think that it is something to be concerning about, or to be concerned about. You have to start asking yourself now some questions. Um, how many shares do you have? How many do you plan on selling at any given time? And when you do decide to sell, would $3,500 be outside the range, or how many shares would you sell at a time in order to keep yourself um, within those limits and being okay with those numbers? So, in other words, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't know what I'm trying to say. Mm, they should have a maximum order size. Like for example, Computer Share did 3,500 or 10 million, right? And 10 million meant that your order size couldn't be larger than 10 million, but it could potentially be higher than 35. But it's just you'd have to change how many shares you're selling. Well, maybe you can't. No, you couldn't change that. Let me think here for a minute. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to read to you what I wrote before. Let me find it real quick here. Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you how this kind of impacts you. I'm just going to refer to what it is that I wrote because it's probably the best. When this came up on Computer Share, I wrote this down. Let me find it real quick. I'm going to link you to this, and I just want you to replace. I want you to replace the name of the company with your broker. Let me just find it here. Hold on one second. Actually, I don't know if I can link you to this. How would I do this? I don't know that I can link this to you. But here's what I wrote. I'm just going to read it out loud. You are correct that they did not specify on limit buy or sell in any of the wording. Buying limit order high. In this case, if price were to rise above $3,500 a share, then this would effectively be the same as taking away the buy button for anything over this value. Low, it would be pointless to set a new lower value if this were meant to impact buying limit orders that were lower than market price. Selling limit order high, this would place a cap on orders and would not allow orders to achieve valuation under the set limit. Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Was that Danny? Dang it. I don't know who that was.
No, that was AMC. AMC Poppy popped in.
Oh, okay.
I guess to see what you were talking about.
Selling limit order high, this would place a cap on orders and not allow for orders to achieve valuation under the set limit. And then if you were to set it up for a sell limit order low, should your orders fill at market price but nothing less than $3,500. However, do note that if a large group of investors all had the same cap price, that it would help to influence downwards pressure on market price over the cap limit. So what's going to happen is they're gonna set you up with some kind of limitation on where you can your order. Let me just read it one more time to make sure I'm right on this. They're going to tell you what you're capped at, because they're saying maximum order and position sizes for all stocks. Existing positions will not be reduced, but they didn't say anything about maximum order. So it sounds to me like they're going to have an order size limitation. It doesn't say value, it says order. So my guess is that they're only going to allow you to sell a certain amount of shares in an order size. So it does kind of impact you. Maximum order and position size. Yeah, they're simply they're trying to restrict your trading abilities. That's all that really comes down to. So you're going to have to just operate within whatever those parameters are when they come. And like I said, we're gonna see more and more of this kind of stuff, and it's not just gonna be your broker. I promise. I promise you, when this is all said and done, a lot of us are gonna see these kind of notifications that are being placed on us about different things that prevent us from being able to sell exactly the way that we've always been able to. The broker that he's got showing there listed is trading 212. The more sketchy the brokers are, the sooner you're going to start seeing these kind of these rules come out to where you're going to be limited. It, based off of what, well, hold on, let me go back and read it here. Silverback, let me go back and read it. Hold on. It says per share. 3,500 per share is what it's talking about. That's for computer share though. Hey, yo, have you ever heard of Melvin Capital? We're at $22.35, guys. We did hit a top here at 22.77 just a second ago. Price is kind of peaked a little bit, and then it's coming back down. I'm going to go ahead and write down our new high value here of 22.77. That's 64.8% up from our last low of 13.82. And with that, guys, I think I'm going to go take a 20-minute break, 30-minute break. Yeah, Keto says, I think we all missed our price prediction. Yeah, and I don't know what that means. I guess that means we have to go based off of whoever had the highest value for the day, and I think that's Eric. Yeah, Eric had 1614 to 1914. This is going to get really hard for us, Keto. Just wait. You wait. When it gets over certain valuations, I'm going to give us a larger range, but yeah, this is going to start getting really, really difficult for us to predict. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. You know what happens when I go to break. Sexy time. I've always wanted to say that. Gosh darn it. This beard. If I can get rid of this beard soon, I'm going to be so elated. It is so time. I'm ready for this, guys. I'm ready to get this beard off. Like I don't even really care about hitting 90. I care about getting the beard off. I, I can't even. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
I mean, that was kind of goofy, like that last one. Like I came back in here and I saw you guys were writing like this music, like you obviously didn't like it. It was the same playlist that I was been playing from all day today that you guys did like from earlier. So I didn't hear the song from earlier, but I'll take your word for it that it was pretty bad. Well, guys, welcome to the Power Hour. Um, this is this is a toast to Adam Aaron, to letting him know that once an X, always an X. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept Jim Cramer back as I've divorced him a long time ago, and I can't just take him back. So cheers to all the X's that are gonna stay X's. We uh, we hate you. No, it's not. Okay, hate's too strong, but bye, bye, goodbye. Cheers. It's two X's, right? Goodbye. Bye bye. Yeah, hate was a strong word, but we all have them. We all have our X's, and you know how you feel about them. Well, that's how I feel about Jim Cramer. Monty says, "Do you think I should sell my position and buy back at 10? What would Teddy Zane do?" I've been trying to tell you guys, man. People who are trying to swing trade this stuff, they're gonna try and look for a point here where they think the price is gonna start moving back down, and it probably will. It will probably start heading back down. They'll sell some more off to try and create a larger position or a larger stake on the way up. So they'll sell at some what they think is maybe the height, and then the thing will go down a little bit, and they'll miss it. It won't turn where they think it's going to turn at, and then they've wasted maybe months worth of shares that they've been accumulating, gone in an instant. It'll be rough. Roseanne, that is so sweet. I bet you will get him a really cool gift. Haze Monster says, opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. There you go, Haze Monster. Appreciate that. Thank you for the correction. EJ the Collector says they have 0 shares to borrow. Let's take a look at the numbers because it is time to do that. I know. I used a really strong word. I should have said hate. My wife just sent me, did you read AMC today's AMC email? Hold up. Hold up. Apparently we got an AMC email. No. I did not read it. Where is it? All right. Um, check that email out. There's some cool stuff in there. I'm not going to read it out loud right now, but because I got to go through the numbers. But maybe we can take a look at it afterwards. Check your junk folder if you're not finding it, because that's where mine was. I can't help it. It's where it puts it under promotions, and that's junk mail. So, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it. Could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so if I haven't commented on it or you want me to comment on it, hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with available shares to borrow here in just a minute. But 57.18 and 12.62 were the values for the off-exchange and EDGX. Let's see what those values are currently. 59.01 and 12.34 for a combined total of 71.35. Now they're finally putting shares into the off exchange. So a little more off exchange usage now than there was earlier today. I thought it was kind of odd how they weren't using it. 3.59 million shares were how many shares were borrowed an hour ago for the day according to Ortex. Let's see what the new values are. 4.01. That's an increase, so that's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 18.71%. Cost to borrow average is 8.79, max 10.18, and minute 4.33. Shares on loan 127.33 million. That, for those of you who are just joining for the day today, that's 4.4 million shares on loan, less than what it was yesterday. About 1.5 million of those were short interest, estimating. And taking a look at the options, an hour ago, at a $20 strike price for the calls, there was 53.8 thousand contracts. There is now 58.6. There is massive amounts of volume right now, up and down the line from 17.5 all the way up to, I'm just going to go ahead and say $23. There's massive amounts of volume. Massive. On the put side, at a $19 strike price, an hour ago there was 20.5 thousand contracts. There's now 21.6. The market's still suggesting that market price will close somewhere between $19 and $20, although I would suggest that that's maybe not necessarily the case. We are moving up quicker than the market can keep up in the options. Come on. Sorry, did I say something? I didn't see anything. Let's see here. Taking a look at the options right now, we have AMC show, or not options, but the orders filled by Fidelity customers. AMC is number 2 with 52% buys to 48% sales. That ratio is not great. It fell for the better part of today, which means that a lot of people who are buying right now aren't necessarily retail. It's institutional buying. GME is at 56% buys to 44% sales. SSR triggers at $16.79. Shares available to borrow have been reduced to 0. So they've borrowed an additional 1.6 million shares. Let me add that up. That's 5.45 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day, according to Sonko Tracker. Fees for borrowing were at 6.5. We currently have 54.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money, 105.4 thousand contracts in the money. 92.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts, 845 contracts in the money. This is very abnormal. Blow, guys. Take a deep breath and blow. NASDAQ is down 0.85, Dow Jones is down 0.03, and the S&P 500 is down 0.46. We currently have 3,678 advancers to 3,176 decliners. The VIX is down 0.84, VTI is down 0.3, IWD is down 0.01, Tesla is down 7.25, Amazon is down 1.56, Cinemark is down 14.66, Doge is up 2.54, Bitcoin is up 1.06, GME is up 2.92, HYMC is down 4.53, Hood is down 5.51, NCMI is down 4.07, and AMC is up 18.1%. Inflow versus outflow. Sheesh. $105 million more in inflow than outflow. Damn. Volume. Damn. 110.39 million shares traded for the day today. Damn. Damn. Sorry, but that's a lot. We've traded for 349 minutes of the day, putting us on pace for 123.4 million shares by the end of the day today. I honestly can't remember a time where we started out the day with some kind of pace and finished out the day with about the same pace. That's been essentially never. So we're doing pretty good right now in volume. Some of these numbers are pretty amazing. I mean, especially the $105 million more in inflow than outflow. That's impressive. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.63, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 77.13, which is above is signaling as overbought. On the hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 80.19, which is overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.15, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.2, which is above average. Let me look at this from a 5-minute interval. $22 was what I was expecting to see us run up to with the cup and handle formation that we had, which is what we had. We got that cup and handle, and $22 was the end result that I thought that we would run up to. The main chunk of our volume did bring us up to $22. We did spike up to 22.77, but the main chunk of our finishing amount was around 22. So we did complete that cup and handle formation. The nice little trampoline that I dropped down here was almost good, not quite. One of these days I'll get these trampolines right. I'm trying to see if there's like a. I mean, really, what this looks like to me right now is it looks like we're running. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what to call this. It could be a flagpole and pennant situation occurring, but we'll have to kind of wait for some time to see if we get some consolidation, especially in the aftermarket hours. Who knows what's going to happen then? I mean, just who knows? I'm going to watch this resistance line here, though. I want to pay a descending parallel channel here. But I don't think I can make, well, I guess I can make the case for it. There's 2 touch points on the top, 2 touch points on the bottom. It looks to me like we might be in a descending parallel channel. Watch for us to break up out of this at some point. If we don't break out of it and we continue this pattern out to close, the closing price would be somewhere between 21.28 and 21.96. Either way, a price closing above anything above $19, and Eric's going to be the winner for the week. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. David Dixon said in about 30 minutes the fight's going to get violent. Maggie says, Casey, I am the green yippee. I am in the green. Oh, I'm in the green. Congratulations, Maggie. Congratulations. Feels a lot better, right? I'm deleting them, yo. I'm just deleting them. I'm not even gonna mess with it anymore. Just gonna remove them. I'm just removing them. Bastards. I did it last night, Yucca Frida, when I had to get the new keyboard. No, I'm not myself. I'm okay with it staying where it's at. If I don't get a point, I don't get a point. Janice says, I've been a lot of things, but an ape is the best. Jordan says I'm the walrus. Jana's saying, I hope you all never get the right price if it means rockets every day. Man, you know what, Jana? It's gonna get funny. It's gonna get funny when we start trying to guess price predictions and price is just ripping. It's gonna be so hard for us to figure. It's gonna get so funny that like every single week somebody's gonna win the week with 1 point. That's what's gonna end up happening is somebody will win the week with a single point because they magically somehow picked the right price point that we finished. And it's gonna be silly funny to watch us try to keep up. Note says, Casey, any theory on what would be the possible scenarios once synthetics are exposed? I think some kind of litigation probably. I don't know what exactly Adam Aaron has in mind, but I would assume some kind of litigation. And I would go back and I would look at probably what happened with um, Overstock. I always forget the name of it. I would go back and look at Overstock and read up on that. Yuck Frida says, drink responsibly, Casey. Don't get pulled over the big tramp. That's why I always park the big tramp on the side of the road. LA says we should predict when Casey cuts his beard. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, I got it before you wrote it in there, but thank you for the help. James of Arizona says, just made me a frozen watermelon with herradura. And I have no freaking clue what herradura is, so I have to look that up, and I'm afraid. I'm really afraid, but I'm gonna do it. Risky lookup of the day. I assume this is an alcohol, but I don't know. Okay, it is. Oh, it's tequila. Herradura tequila. Raspado. That looks good, dude. That looks, mmm, that looks tasty, man. That looks really tasty. So as a boss says, side of the road looking for loose Wi-Fi, Casey. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm doing. Free Wi-Fi. M Height says, good catch on the channel, Casey. Thank you. When it does break out here, I'm thinking about doing something. It looks pretty good. I'm drinking a Raspada right now, but I can't remember the name of it. It's like it starts with a C. I think it starts with a C. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me look and see. Camarina. Camarina. Respondo. I can't say the other word. Raspada, and it's really good. I've never had this before. I bought it for the very first time. It's super tasty. 0 shares to borrow is what I saw when I just updated it about 10 minutes ago. It might be more now. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Still says 0 to borrow, but there are ETFs available. Maggie says, Casey, why aren't they stopping us? I don't know that they can anymore. So, all right, so let's talk about this for just a second. I told you guys that back in November, hedge funds lost control, and it's been our brokers that have been controlling price. Now with this dividend that's going to be issued, my best guess is that our brokers are trying to pick up as many shares as they possibly can. Pantheon says, did somebody say free Wi-Fi? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to the back of the big tramp again, guys. Let's see. I'm in the back of the big tramp now. But so we had hedge funds losing control back in November, and our brokers have been the ones that have been pretty much controlling price most of the time. And I think that what you're seeing now is you're seeing our brokers actually going out and buying shares. And the reason they're buying shares right now is because pretty soon they're going to have to start issuing dividends to people. And if they don't have the shares that people have purchased in their possession, then they're going to get screwed out of a lot of money. So either get screwed out of a lot of money or buy it while it's low in price. Take your pick. Pick your poison. This is having a very interesting effect on the market right now by causing the market to do what it's supposed to do. Future Whale, I've not seen the video with Adam Aaron and Jim Cramer. Can you? Oh, okay. Roe wants Monday's song to be Chicago's only the beginning. Oh, Tell Dog's asking. I didn't play it for him yet today. I didn't play it for him today, Tell Dog. I think I kind of think Arthur was a little upset about that. I mean, he used some strong words to call it. He called you some strong words in response to that, and I think he was a little upset that he can't top that or something. Right now, the rest of the market, the SPY is down right now, 0.36. Let me check. Let me check the rest of them real quick here. Let me see what the futures look like. Um, Nasdaq is down 0.77. Dow Jones is up 0.08, and the S&P 500 is down, like I said, 0.35. Let me. What am I getting? There we go. The futures on the markets, at least for the VIX is showing down 2.03, so the futures should be positive. However, I'm seeing kind of a mixed. The Nasdaq I see is up. Kind of seeing mixed numbers here. Some up, some down. Jan says, or Rose says, Adam Aaron was just on Fox News Live. Man, you guys got all kinds of songs requests. I can't play them all, guys. I can't. Please don't be disappointed if I don't play your music. There's so many requests. Uh, Sometimes you just have to kind of go with what the DJ does. So don't feel bad if I'm not playing what it is you put up there. No, Arthur. That's not what you told me earlier in private. You told me that you had some choice words for Tell Dog besides what you were just gonna write in public. I remember you telling me. Don't you don't remember telling me about that, Arthur? Remember you were really upset. Um, yeah, I can remember you specifically saying you were really upset about that. I mean, he went too far. I think those were your words. And I think Arthur might I think Arthur has a little bit of, it seems like he might have a little bit of one of those like cases of I'm gonna get you. I think he's got some revenge issues. Pantheon says I can confirm that he went too far. You want to know what's funny, Tell Dog? I actually thought it was me that you would put on the picture of the dancing dude until I scrolled one down and saw Arthur basically being like, calling you all kinds of dirty, filthy names that I can't say here. I realized it was his picture. But it's funny though, because I thought it was me. I was like, hey, why am I on that? I can't do that with my body. I don't want to see the worst one. I don't want to see the worst ones. Suit says I'm off on my volume prediction again, and then you're right. And I contemplated this morning doing a little bit higher numbers, and that even those higher numbers at 70, 90 still wouldn't have been even close to getting it right. So you're absolutely right. But the thing is I don't mind being low on my numbers. I don't like it's being high. And yesterday I was wrong high. Today I'm wrong low. So I'm all right with that. I don't mind being low prediction wise. That's completely okay. The reason I say this is Suit is that the whole thesis that I have here for understanding when to know to get out of this position is all based around volume prediction, right? And it has to do with morning volume prediction. And if I predict high, if the value is going to be high and I predict high and it ends up being low, then I'm not going to see when the right time is to get out. So it's better for me to be predicting low than high. And then if throughout the day we see it volume is going to be higher, then we know that we don't have to look for the right spot anymore. It's kind of like, okay, well, volume's obviously on a pace much higher than what I predicted, so volume is off the table. But you're right though. I was definitely off on my volume predictions. It's funny. I haven't had anybody mention that in a long time though, even though I have been getting it wrong more often than not lately. I keep track. You probably don't. But I'll tell you one other thing. I don't think I know of anybody else who's been predicting volume on a daily basis out there and getting it right. I used to be much more accurate. It's been a while since we've had some high volume, but I think I'll probably adjust a little bit as time goes on, and I should be getting it right more accurately as we move forward. But I don't think anybody else out there is predicting volume on a daily basis. David Dixon says a blind man can see how screwed the brokers are right now. Doug says it's the drinking, it's catching up to me. Probably a lack of sleep would probably be more of a problem. It's all right, Sue. You pick on me. You pick on me about it because you're right. You're not wrong. So you keep on picking on me about it because I need to get better. Trust me. Trust me when I tell you, I am my own worst critic. I hate it when I get things wrong. I don't care. I don't care if you guys tell me I'm wrong. It happens. I know I'm wrong. It happens. can't get this stuff right all the time. There it is. Yucca Frida finally went through and read the email. We get 2 ape NFTs. Yucca Frida went and read the emails. Guys, go check your emails. You got an email from AMC. There are some NFTs to be issued. All right, Sue. I'll take it easy on the keyboard. Yo says, Casey, do you find it odd that they don't know why we need sleep? I'm not even sure if I understand that comment. I've got 123.4 million as being the ending volume by the end of the day today. We'll see if we hit it. I wish, Steven. I'll read the email to you guys. Let me find it real quick here. Just want to make sure that there's no information on here that you guys are going to see that is compromising. Let's see here. All right, we'll just call this good. My fellow AMC shareholders, is an exciting time at AMC filled with good news for AMC shareholders. As you may have heard, we reported Melvin Capital is no longer a company. No, it says, as you may have heard, we reported our encouraging 2022 second quarter earning results on August 4th. There were some 59 million attendees who enjoyed a movie at AMC theaters around the world from April through June of 2022. That's 168% more guests than the same quarter last year. Along with their increased food and beverage spending on a per patron basis as compared to pre-pandemic levels, they enabled AMC to return to a positive adjusted EBITDA, EBITDA, for the quarter, reflecting a sizable year-over-year improvement. We also announced on August 4th a special dividend of a new AMC preferred equity unit being given tax-free to shareholders of AMC's 516 million issued and outstanding common shares. The issuance of this dividend is not currently dilutive, as at least for now, AMC preferred equity units will all go and only go to our current shareholder base as of the dividend payment date later in August. These new AMC preferred equity units will be traded on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol APE. The issuance of the AMC preferred equity units will clarify who is included in our shareholder base and offers AMC investors another avenue to participate in AMC's recovery and growth. Crucially, it also gives AMC a new currency to strengthen our balance sheet through debt reductions and/or capital raising should we choose to do so. This in turn materially lessens our near-term survival risk as we continue to work our way through this pandemic, and that fundamentally strengthens our company. We can also use the currency for M&A activity as we seek new value-creating investment opportunities to benefit all AMC shareholders. In my opinion, the creation and issuance of AMC preferred equity is the single biggest step and we will take in all of 2022 to deeply strengthen our company, AMC Entertainment. We believe, looking on the long term, all this is not good news for those who delight in rooting against us at AMC. Be sure to check out more details around the dividend announcement by visiting our investor relations website. In conjunction with these announcements, I am proud to share with you that we will also be enabling you to receive 2 free NFTs being given to our existing AMC Investor Connect members, as well as to those who join AMC Investor Connect by August 31st, 2022. To commemorate our Ape dividend as a token of our appreciation for your ongoing and continued support, you will be entitled to receive a free I Own Ape NFT please keep your eye out in the email during this week of September 19th with instructions as to how to redeem your I Own Ape NFT. Likewise, based on the popularity of the original I Own AMC NFT that was issued in January of 2022, that same mid-September email will also detail how you can claim free an updated version of an I Own AMC NFT. If you redeem the January 2022 I Own AMC NFT through this new issuance, you can get a second but slightly different I Own AMC NFT. If you are unable to redeem the January 2022 NFT, you can make up for that now and still proudly proclaim your AMC ownership by redeeming the September 2022 version. Thank you again for your continued support of AMC. Stay tuned for more great offers, and I look forward to seeing you at the AMC Theater sometime soon. Adam Aron, Chairman and CEO, AMC Entertainment. It looks like that. I own Ape, and I own AMC. They have to. Anytime the company issues a share, it has to go through a transfer agent. So you guys are gonna see the DRS guys like. Hold on a second. You guys are gonna see the DRS guys coming out in like droves, going like, "Oh look, Adam Aron DRS'd all the shares for whatever," Yeah, guys, I'm telling you right now, he has to do that. It has to be official and legit. The only way they can do that is through going through a transfer agent, and then those shares get distributed through a depository. So it's part of the deal. And people are going to sit there and tell you like, well, this confirms that this is what we were supposed to do with our shares. That doesn't mean that.
Hello, Casey.
How's it going, man?
People are already saying that about what Cat Strikers tweeted out. People are already losing their minds, thinking that he's logged our common shares. That is not what's happened.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
No.
He has to go through a transfer agent, which they use ComputerShare as a transfer agent. This is the biggest thing that I think is crazy is that if Adam Aron truly and honestly believed in ComputerShare when he sold his shares last year, then he would have sold his shares through ComputerShare, but he didn't. He transferred out his shares to 3 different brokerages to have them sold to the market, and the reason for that is because he doesn't trust ComputerShare. If he trusted ComputerShare, he would have just had them do the work for him. It would have been simple. He could have just left everything the way that it was and just had them use the brokers that they use. But he didn't do that. He went the extra mile. He went the extra steps to have his shares transferred out of ComputerShare and into the hands of people who were not against AMC and shorting against it. But legally, with these new shares that they're issuing, they have to go through a transfer agent. And ComputerShare is their transfer agent, so they have to do this.
I just popped in to let you know I've got a link in your Discord to the Adam Aron interview with Jim Cramer, and it's probably worth a watch.
Oh yeah? How long is it?
That's short. It's like 3-4 minutes.
You want to do it right now?
It's in it's in your DD section, and I see people in your comments are already making references to what Adam Aron said, and I want to tell everybody he does say the word 5 billion, but he's not telling us 5 billion synthetics. There's 50 million preferred shares, and each share, based on the Ape conversion, it's 100 shares of 100 units of Ape per preferred share. That's where the 5 billion comes from. That's just the math. It's not Adam Aron trying to tell us there's 5 billion synthetics.
Right. Let me open this up.
But the interviews, it's pretty good.
I want to start with.
Let me make sure I got good sound here.
Pure substance, This was a remarkable quarter. People didn't think it could happen. People didn't think that you could ever do anything other than burn cash, that you were basically a chimney of money. Not true, correct?
Correct, Jim. We reported yesterday terrific quarterly results, April to June. The movie industry is clearly coming back. The movie theater industry is clearly coming back. 59 million people were in our theaters in the second quarter. Attendance was up 168% year over year to the same quarter. We had positive EBITDA in the second quarter. Our EBITDA was more than $250 million stronger than it was last year. We are on a path to recovery. Maybe this horrible pandemic is something that one day we can all put in the rearview mirror.
All right, well, Adam, I read this, and the first thing I said was, okay, I know why people aren't watching Netflix. They're going to AMC. There is a correlation, would you say, between people who just are sick of being at home and they want to go out and they want to see a movie and they go to AMC?
Well, I do think, the bigger picture is I think streaming and theaters can coexist peacefully. You know, back a few years ago when Avengers Endgame was the biggest movie of all time, Netflix was in business. There were people streaming and there were people in our theaters. Fast forward, post-pandemic, I do all think that trapped in our houses and apartments for a year and a half, people learned in the pandemic, they want to get off the couch, they want to get out of the house, they want to do things, they want to be with people, be with friends. Going to a theater is a cheap date. Yeah, theaters have been central to the cultural fabric of the United States for a century, and we're a resilient industry. We're on our way back.
They told me I was a cheap date at one point. All right, let's deal with this. Let's deal with the hairy ape. All right, so you've decided, somewhat chimerical, to give something special to shareholders, which includes a great deal of apes. But you know what? Other than the actual ticker, APE, Adam, to me it seemed very much like a stock split.
Jim, it's almost exactly like a stock split, except for one technical difference. In a typical 2-to-1 stock split, you get 2 new common shares for 1 old common share. In this case, you're getting a new preferred unit and a common share for an old common share. But this is an extremely important development for our company. I cannot stress, one of the reasons why AMC survived the pandemic is because we raised over $2 billion of equity. We did it by selling shares, and we basically sold every share that we had. We went from 100 million shares outstanding to over 500 million shares outstanding. There were no shares left in the corporate treasury. If we needed to raise money in the future, if we wanted to raise money in the future, that was not an option that was available to AMC Entertainment. Now, with the creation of this new class of preferred securities, not that we would ever use all 5 billion of them that we could take to market, that would be crazy, but we do essentially have a lot of preferred shares that we can take to market to raise cash, to pay down debt, to use for M&A. And the result of all that is this was a great announcement for AMC. It pretty much takes near-term survival completely off the table because if we were in a pinch, we could raise money. And anything that strengthens AMC is good for our shareholders, and it's bad to the people who wish us harm.
Interesting. What's your take on him saying the fact that it is like a share split, though?
I appreciate the part where he made it very clear that he has no intent of doing the entire 5 billion at one time, and that would be crazy.
Do you think so? In a share split, it would knock the price down? Because I mean, we've been trying to figure out like how are they going to do a valuation of the preferred stock, and the only way that you could really do that is I mean, the only thing that really kind of makes sense is dividing the number in half, right? But we figured that wasn't going to be the case. But is that what we're thinking now? Are we really thinking if it is really and truly indeed a split, then it would divide the stock price in half, right?
That's what it's feeling like, is that your preferred unit would be half of what the current price is. So today the price is what, 22.30 at the moment. So it'd be what, $11.15 each. But we're going to get that confirmation here in the next 10 or 11 days.
Right. Okay.
Which by the way, when the squeeze takes place, your AMC shares, you still have them. They still squeeze, and your apes don't have anything to do with that. So you still own your apes. And remember, nothing gets converted to a actual Class A common stock from an ape until we're asked to vote, and we vote in favor of that happening. So
yeah, it's starting to make a little bit more sense now. The more that I hear, especially with him talking in that interview right there, it's starting to make a little bit more sense. So, all right, I'm starting to get a handle on things here, but I still need to read through the documentation. But I look forward to getting with you and Tony and a couple other people over the weekend and kind of combing through that. So hopefully you're free.
yeah, can I respond to NC Proud Dad?
Absolutely.
So NC Proud Dad, AMC put a submittal to the SEC. They're not creating 5 billion. It's not 5 billion shares. It's 5 billion units. They're not creating that many. They've only asked for 10 million of the 50 million preferred shares to be converted into apes, which would be a total of 1 billion apes, half of which would be coming to us through this whole activity of the ape units being distributed, one per share. So the capability, if they wanted in the future to convert all of the preferred shares into apes, would be there. But today, they're only asking for 10 million of the 50 million preferred shares to come over. Each one would convert at 100, which would mean 1 billion apes, 516.8 million coming to the current shareholders, leaving about 480 and change million left in their hands to use for debt or other purposes. So that's the thing that people are, and nothing about you, NC Proud Dad. I'm seeing all over the place today. People getting it in their head that there's 5 billion today. There's not. So we'll talk more about that. I know you don't want to go into details on that, Casey. We can talk this weekend, but I just want people to get that part. I think it's very important.
Yeah. Well, it's time for me to close up the day here. But somebody asked one last question: is how many contracts are in the money currently at close? And from what I'm seeing on Stonko Tracker, it looks like it's going to be about 105.4 thousand contracts. 105,485 contracts, and only 54.8 thousand out of the money. So quite a few. But it's time to close out the day. And Pantheon, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it, as usual.
Thank you, Casey.
And I will talk to you later this weekend. For those of you who are in the back of the Big Tramp, I'll be back in just a few minutes after close out the live stream. Guys, it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Because you're going to enjoy this weekend. I know you are. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go walk your dogs or something. If you hear dogs yelping in the house next door, call the animal controller, somebody, for crying out loud. Somebody's dog's getting kicked. And they're probably a hedge fund manager. But above all else, guys, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. I can't help it. All right, see you guys.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I saw her today at the reception. A glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. And I said that you can't always get what you want, honey. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, well, you might just find that you're what you need. Ah, yeah. Yeah. So, I went to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. I was standing in line with your friend Jimmy. A man, did he look pretty ill? We decided that we would have a soda. My favorite flavor is cherry red. I sung my song to my friend Mr. Jimmy, and he said one word to me, and that was dead. I say that you can't always get what you want, honey, and you cannot always get the man that you want, and you cannot always get the man that you want. But if you try sometime, it just might find, it just might find, get your right, yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Now, hit me. Reception in a glass was a bleeding man. She was practiced at the art of deception. I could tell by her bloodstained hands, and I'll say it, that you can't always get what you